And we're live. What up, young bucks, old goats? There's no music, so don't just adjust your volumes. This guy doing the cha-cha-cha over here.
That would be offensive.
I got the bum over here, and that's the mask of his clan. He got that from Destro. He defeated him. Here's this bum over here, Tank, and here I am, and here we are. What's up, guys? How's it going?
What is up?
I'm gonna get the damn music going.
Everything's good. Thank you for asking.
You're welcome.
Cheers.
Anytime. Oh my God,
Cheers
I don't even have a damn drink. That's how.
I've had two already in your lateness.
That's how damn prepared I am. Apologies. So, what were the records last week? By the way, we had a amazing weekend of football in the NFL.
We were.
Believe me and I.
All right. Ready?
Yes.
Okay. You and me were both 3-1. The coin was 2-2, and Tank was 1-3.
So that would make me 4-6. That would make you 4-6. That would make the coin 2-2. And that would make him 6-4.
Yeah.
So we're 2 games behind him.
Yeah. So we can't catch him.
Well, we could.
Oh, actually, yeah. If he misses both, right?
We could tie him or beat him.
We could tie him.
Yeah. And if he does, yeah, he'd have to get everything wrong, and then we'd have to.
Which is very possible.
Are you guys going to give me any kudos for my analysis of my dark horse teams? I've been dead right all the way through.
Well, you got to pick games, dude. If you want
and the 49ers.
That's
I don't pick games because I didn't start from the beginning, and I didn't want any excuses that I had a better record than you guys because I didn't participate.
There was some controversy this year over that.
Yeah, so that's why I didn't pick games.
He takes that fucking serious, dude. Look at him, bro. He didn't like that commentary at all, bro. He didn't like that shit at all.
No, he did not.
Oh, all right, just making sure. Well, the playoffs, we started again with the playoffs. You could have jumped in at that point, dude. But anyways, yes, you did have those 2 dark horses. I don't know how the rest of your picks would have been, but you had those right. I know you were shitting your pants over Brady, so like you probably wouldn't have got that one right.
Oh no, I got to tell you, and I'm, there's a public record of it. In my text, when I said they lost, when they tied that football game, I said they lost because throughout history, that's been the outcome, right?
Falcons Super Bowl script was used again. They like movies. They like to reimagine them sometimes. Oh, it's not really a part 2. It's a reimagination. They reimagined that Super Bowl, but they put Matt Stafford in. And at the end, the Rams were like, fuck you, bro. We're going off script. Fucking bomb the coop field goal. We're out of here. Or did they mean to do that? That's the part where you don't know. You don't know.
I like to think Shady got a little bit of a taste of his own medicine with that. Thank God.
Look on the Johnson show on Monday. We ended up. He's not retiring.
Wait. Okay, go.
My internet's.
Yeah.
My internet's shit today. I'm starting to lean towards he's maybe retiring.
Me too.
I don't know. I go back to what you originally said. I think you would want the adulation and the tour of getting a special jersey at every place he played, and they may retire number 12 in every city he goes. Not here, because we have that retired already. Not here. Bob Greasy's retired.
Dude, any fucking team that retires that jersey
Wow, we're losing your piss and vinegar.
Shady got to him.
Bub, this is where you take over. Take over, Bub.
So, what did you guys think of that game? Shocking, not? That much, huh? You thought a lot about it. Okay.
It was a really freaking good game. I thought
it was like all of them, right?
Yeah, what an incredible weekend.
That whole weekend was crazy.
I thought. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I have to say I've never, and I'm an old bastard. I've never seen that level of games and football. I can't recall.
Not 4 games like that, right?
No.
Okay, look. This is the type of situation we need to avoid. Because, dude, any team that does that, they have no fucking balls or other equipment down there to speak of, dude. Like, why would you, especially if you're an AFC East team, dude, why would you fucking, they're going to do it. They're probably going to do it.
Not us.
We'll have like a second fucking jersey. Oh, here's 12 Greasy, and then here's fucking Brady's too. That's the last day I would go to that stadium. I'll tell you that much. But the reason I thought he might be leaning towards it is he did fucking like shake hands after that game and embrace people and talk to people on the field.
Oh, I didn't see that.
I thought that was weird.
That was weird. He usually immediately gets injected into the locker room when he loses, and he doesn't see anybody or talk to anybody. So, yes, if I knew that, I would have probably felt that would have been a telling sign.
The coordinator is leaving.
Yes.
He's going to be coach of Jacksonville. Yes, Brian Sandwich. Gronk might not come back. Godwin is going to test the free agent. He's not going to come back. Dude, I miss. How do you say that? I underestimated the greatness of that team that he was on last year. That's the only reason he did it.
I think
he's not going to come. Sorry, go ahead.
I think you guys brought up a great point because I caught that too, man. When he was leaving the field, he didn't look like he was pissed. He looked like he was enjoying the moment, saying hi, and dude, he was relieved. There was a smile on his face. It was like it felt like, dude, this might
melancholy. A little melancholy. How do you say that? Melancholy?
A little melancholy, definitely. Yeah. So I caught that. You guys caught that. That means a lot of people caught that. That wasn't the usual. That was very telling. And I think
he's changed though, right? Since he's been in Tampa, he got drunk at the party.
Yes, he's not so uptight. He doesn't look like he has a stick up his ass.
Mac Jones has changed in the few months.
Well, that has a lot. I think that has a lot to do from moving away from Belichick, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, definitely. So it's definitely a different environment in Tampa, dude. And
he's a better person now, guys.
He's more likable.
Okay, so before we keep going down this horrific path, what did you guys think about the other games? I want to move on.
I'm just last thing on this douchebag. He's not going to go to a team that's anything but the Super Bowl favorite. If that Tampa Bay roster and coaching staff is not set up to make a run in the playoffs, he's not going to.
So you're saying that has a lot to do with it? Because, of course, they're not bringing back, like last year, 22 out of 22,
No, dude. No. He might slide in somewhere else. I could see him. How about fucking going back to New England? Do you think that could happen?
No, not with that young quarterback. If they would have still had Cam Newton and still in the middle of not really having a defined thing, I would say yes. But with Mac Jones in there, I don't think so.
The love for him started declining towards the end of the year, dude. That's the only reason why I say that. Anyways, move on from this douchebag. God help us. Maybe he will retire.
God help us.
Yeah,
I think he'll retire on a championship.
He would like nothing more. Maybe he felt good that at least he fought back. He was able to fight back in that game.
I think he might be done. All right,
I hope
Rams
so.
no, AC and
Bills.
And the Bills.
Well, aside from that being a great game, the whole conversation about the overtime rules are coming up again because of that game, which I found interesting. Almost right after the game, people were like, wow, it seems like we were cheated to not have Josh Allen get that ball another time and see what he could do with it. And people are talking about the overtime rules again. What do you guys think about that? Are you fine with the overtime rules? Should it change?
Crickets.
I'll go first if you want. The Chiefs were in that same position a few years ago against Shady Brady and Bill Belichick, and they missed out on the Super Bowl. This year they benefited from it. The Bills had a chance to win that game in regulation. They could have kicked that ball in play instead into the end zone. I don't think they have a beef. If they want to change the rules, it's cool. But I don't think, I'm not sitting here feeling bad for the Bills. The Chiefs got it.
No, and I'm not saying about feeling bad for the Bills. I'm just saying, is it fair? Is it set up the right way? Can it be improved?
Maybe a full quarter for playoff games would be cool. Play a full quarter, whatever happens. And then maybe after that full quarter, then you go to like a sudden death scenario.
Actually, you know what? I kind of like that idea. A fifth quarter, and then after that, it's
sudden death.
Yeah.
What if each team gets a possession and then they have to answer? And if they can't answer if they score a field goal, if they can't answer with a touchdown, then they lose, or they tie it.
That's kind of like college, except they give it to you with those same rules at the
25.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think they call that the Kansas City tiebreaker.
It would seem probably more fair than what we have now, that too.
I think there you have to be. The big issue is the Players Association and health and additional time playing and all of those things.
I mean, it's going to be a rare occurrence. So
it should be.
Hopefully they can. It's changed a few times. The game's always evolving. What do you think, Hialeah?
Well, one, I don't think it's the Bills have any leg to stand on. They should have kicked a swift kick, took another 4 or 5 seconds off the clock. It's like, dude, they let that team go down the field in 2 plays. They deserve to freaking lose, bro. Fuck them. They should have fucking beat them, bro. It's like, fuck. It's like, god damn, dude. No wonder they looked at. They were just looking like because they fucked up. That's why. Anyway, the overtime
2 years in a row, bro. 2 years in a row. I mean, but
dude, who the fuck goes down and kicks a field goal with 13 seconds, dude? 13 seconds? Get the fuck out of here, man! How do you let that happen?
I wonder what is the shortest amount of time somebody's ever had to do that.
Bro, the only way I could see it happening faster if they kick it to the pre-pro and they return it for a touchdown, and that might even take longer to return it, or they get a good return.
But you could return it for a touchdown as time expires and it'll count. So you're good.
Fine, but that still will take 13. That sometimes takes more than 13 seconds or 10 seconds or whatever it is,
Yeah.
It's a long play. Dude, they just pathetic, man.
The Deshaun Jackson play, we were talking about it before, where the Giants punted to him and he which was retarded. Why wouldn't you punt
Yes.
out of bounds? Punt out of bounds. Don't let
Yeah.
one of the better return men at the time. That might be another one. They had probably less than that.
What if on 4th down they would have snapped the ball and Josh Allen just ran all the way to the other end zone?
I don't think you could kill. That would have been hard to kill 13 seconds.
That's hard to kill.
But Shula did something like that before. We talked about that too recently.
All right. So I quickly looked. The Miami Miracle was with 7 seconds left.
Look at that.
Well, hold on. The kickoff was with
16,
when they-
14.
yeah.
Yeah.
So that was a little bit more if you go from kickoff. You know what I mean? If we go from kickoff. That was my question. Like, when the other team scores, has there ever been less time than 13 seconds? Even though they didn't win it on that play, they tied it. I'm sure there has.
Yeah, but the thing is, listen, they didn't do it in one play. It was 2 plays. And then
Yes.
it was 2 plays. It wasn't just one play. It was 2 plays, and they still made it happen.
And you had all your timeouts, so that helped them. Usually you don't have all your timeouts with 13 seconds left.
And the hook and ladder was, I believe, 6 seconds, but it wasn't that far out. They were pretty close. I'm thinking the 40 or 30.
Yeah,
But that was to end the half.
And the half, yes.
Right. Okay, and we just skipped the Saturday games, or we already talked about those?
Fuck the Saturday games. Oh, Karen went home. Maybe that. Oh, and Tannehill went home.
They're talking about moving on from Tannehill now, right? A little bit.
Yes.
But then I heard it
Maybe
was
we can
difficult.
get him, dude.
Yeah.
Get him back.
Can you imagine? Then we have Tua and Tannehill.
By the way, Hialeah, check your clock. Here I go. Ready? The Miami Dolphins.
1706.
The Miami Dolphins.
Dude, I wasn't going to do that again, dude.
The Miami Dolphins are the only team that has been out of contention and not their season ended weeks ago, but yet they're still losing. They are still losing. Every time that the San Francisco 49ers won a game, their draft got worse. And now the coach that they coveted to coach their quarterback, who had a relationship with, has given them the cold shoulder and gone to the New York Giants. The Dolphins continue to lose.
That's why I put Doug Goder. That was a homage to Brian Daboll today. Yeah, dude, and it's the Giants, right? It's not like, oh, he's going to Dallas or he's going to Green Bay.
I mean, that's not a bad – it's kind of a storied franchise, but –
Well, yeah, we got some stories too, but we both suck ass.
But you had to have made the calculation that Danny Dimes is better investment than Tua.
Here's what I'm hoping. Here's what I'm hoping. That guy has a home in the New York area since he was with the Bills, and he just wants to be closer to his family. And it's not that he hates us so much. But that might be a dream.
In addition, he coached in this franchise already. To me, it's an indictment. It says, look, I've worked there before. I've talked and worked with these bozos, and I sure as hell don't like their quarterback. I'm out. That's what it tells me.
Yeah, maybe they're doing a second round of interviews with people they already interviewed. Moore is one. Who is the others? The list is getting smaller because
Yes.
Quinn said he would stay.
That Moore's interviewing for the position?
Kellen.
Oh, I thought you said Nat.
No, Kellen Moore, who OC.
What about Woody Bennett?
Woody Bennett.
No, this guy's in another time zone, dude.
Not Tony Bennett.
Not Tony Bennett, Woody Bennett.
I heard that the leading candidate now, after they lost their top candidate, is Vance Johnson.
Well, there's a row of 3 guys who are offensive guys
Ricky Natil.
that they are. This guy's in the wrong decade, franchise, city, and possibly sport. There's 3 offensive guys that that they're interviewing again. Moore is one of them. Who's the other two? God damn it!
AJ Dewey,
Anybody except Hialeah. Who's the other two?
Paul Newman.
Of the offensive guys?
There's 3 offensive coaches that they're interviewing again for the second time. I had it here somewhere. Here we go.
Wow.
Mike McDaniel, the guy from the Niners, and
No, but he's defense, isn't he?
no,
Are you sure about that?
And
Yes.
Kellen Moore,
yes, and
Dayball.
okay, yeah, the other one was Dayball. He's out, so it's McDaniel and Moore.
Oh, wow. I thought McDaniel was defense.
No.
Xavier McDaniel. He was a big power forward.
Yes.
He led the nation in rebounds and
What ended up happening with Harbaugh?
I'm giving him a timeout, dude. It's just
Or
like,
how about Peterson?
get it together, bro. Adrian Peterson? I'm in this cube. In
No,
this cube,
Doug-
you just say
Doug
random
Peterson.
stupid names over here. Oh, what? Why
Yes,
haven't we,
dude.
why
Thank
haven't
you.
we heard his name anymore?
I think that I don't know.
Dolphins, yeah. Is this Eric Bieniemy? Is that who he's talking about?
That would be Eric sleeping with the enemy.
Hey, dude. Shout out to my boy, head coach of the Chiefs, former head
Reed?
coach of the Eagles. 4 championships in a row now with 2 teams. Who the hell's ever done that, bro?
Andy Reid.
Yes. Shout out to him, dude.
And Patrick Mahomes
4 years
with
in a row.
one team.
what is it
Yes.
that happened?
He is 4 championship games in a row. He did that now with the Chiefs and with the Eagles.
Wow.
I believe that is unprecedented.
Who is this person we're speaking of?
Andy Reid.
Oh, Andy Reid. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
What's wrong with this guy, dude?
What a clown.
At least he won a Super Bowl the second time around. Second time around.
He should have fucking won one, dude, with the Eagles, dude. All right. I guess we have to do the games for this weekend. Let me see if I can pull up the lines.
So you're saying we're picking some games.
Yes.
I'll bring you down.
All right. Let's see if I can share the screen.
Right on cue, the bum leaves.
He does this fucking thing that reminds me of the scene in Exorcist when they show that skeleton face and it just flashes on the screen.
Oh, that's a great. That's so fucking like subliminal. That shit's great.
Yeah, that's what he's. That's what
I
he's
know.
doing.
That just scared me right there.
Excuse me.
The movie's not scary, guys.
We know, Tank. You know what show I started watching? Archive 8881 on Netflix. Dude, that shit is fucking creepy as fuck.
Archive what?
Archive 81, I believe.
All right.
What's up? Fuck.
We'll talk about that in a
What
second
it do, baby?
when we get to
Act like a man.
we're gonna knock like a man.
Act like a man.
Calamari.
Act
Right.
like a man.
All right, Martin Brando. He bought a fucking island, dude, and he got fat. Remember that?
Yeah.
Here we go.
What was his last
Bungles.
movie? What was his last movie?
Oh, I don't know, dude.
The Island of Dr. Moreau.
Oh, look at that. Was it filmed on his actual island?
No, I think it was on Epstein's.
You know he had bought a fucking island, right?
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah, but-
Brando.
And his mother, his daughter, bro, she was gorgeous, bro. She committed suicide.
On the island?
I don't remember. I think her brother died. Martin Brando's brother died, and then she committed suicide, or
All right. You're bringing the show.
It was pretty.
You're bringing the mood down, dude. Let's move on to these picks with the fucking suicides. Bengals, Chiefs. This line's going up. When I saw it was 7. We're looking at 7.5 here.
I'll take the Bengals.
You know what? I was going to take the Bengals, but I'm trying to catch you from behind.
Oh, hey.
No homo.
Yeah, baby. Give it to me.
I will take the Chiefs.
I'm taking the Chiefs too. Because I like your logic, right? It makes no sense going for the Bengals.
Oh, yeah. And that's not the first time you copy me on these picks. Or
I'll go for the Rams.
I can't help it, Randy. You're very logical sometimes.
The Chiefs. The point is also taking the Chiefs. Next up, we got the Niners, and one of the quarterbacks with the best winning percentage of any starter, probably not named Tom Brady, Jimmy Garoppolo, and they're 3.5-point underdogs versus the Rams. Did the Rams blow their load? Did the Niners blow their load? What's going to happen here?
I have to tell you, I think this is the game that's more likely. If there's an upset, it's this one.
We're going to keep on with the dark horses here.
Well, and how many? I think San Francisco's beaten the Rams like 7 times.
Is that right?
Yes.
Damn it, San Francisco had beaten Green Bay a few times too, right?
Yes, 4 times in the playoffs.
I'm going Niners, bro.
I'm gonna
Not like a man.
I like a man.
It's Marlon Brando, the Godfather.
Tank,
Yes.
Tank, who you taking?
The
Tank,
Rams.
do you know who Marlon Brando is?
No.
He just
Colonel
asked if it was the
Kurtz.
Godfather.
Tank, who you taking?
The
Rams.
Hulk.
The Rams?
Colonel Kurtz.
I'm Colonel Kurtz. I love that movie. That's one of my
And I'll take
Yes,
the
it
Bengals
is.
for the Super
Great
Bowl.
movie.
Okay, wait. All right. So who did the coin take in this one?
49ers.
Okay, I am taking the Rams, and I'm gonna tell you why they're gonna. And even though it makes no logic, because I know Tank took the Rams. We're back.
Not like a man.
Rob, you got like a man.
Do the one you did in the pre-show.
I can't.
You look like a man. You look like a man.
Anyway, Robbie Gold is going to miss his first field goal.
Oh my God.
And it'll cost the 49ers. Take it to the bank.
This is Walter Mercado segment of the show.
Yes.
That's pretty fucking damn specific, dude. You know what? You should go and find what do they call those bets?
A proposition.
Yeah, you should go find a prop bet. There may be a prop bet with missed field goal at end of game by Robbie Gold, and dude, that probably would pay like tremendous odds. Probably with
$75 million.
like with $10, you probably make thousands of dollars.
That's my fucking call of the year right here. He's
Why
going
don't
to
you
Put some
he's
money
gonna
on
hit
it.
8 field goals, and he might possibly, if it, cherry on top, it's going to be, he misses the game-winning field goal. But
I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up later, and we'll.
But for sure, he's going to fuck up his record.
Yes, it's going to end. The script writers are writing it in. Take it to the bank.
All right. Tank, who got into the Baseball Hall of Fame? We had some. We had the reveal this week. Baseball Hall of Fame.
Yeah, like fucking 10 guys got in. I think it was like a record year.
You know, I'm asking because I focused on one player that seemed to. All the news was around one guy getting in and two guys that didn't.
I think it was a record year. I think it's the most they've ever allowed in 1 year.
And why so much? Because it's just if whoever gets they vote for 10 guys, and whoever gets over 75 or what is it?
I think it's 75
or something like that gets in.
But once those other guys got kicked out, it raises everybody's up a level or not. So they just
Right, because they're not getting their votes taken by the other guys.
Right.
Because I think Bonds was 66 and Clemens was 65.
Yeah,
So
they went
weren't-
up.
Yeah, they had like started creeping up as these old farts, start going away. Younger. There's a younger generation seems more into letting those guys in, according to the votes, at least.
Explain to me. Did I hear right that Bonds and Clemens are in their last year of eligibility?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
Well, it means through this traditional process, they no longer are eligible. But then there's this committee, which is players and executives, I think, and they are able to get some guys in later, so they still have that route, which may be a more forgiving route for those guys.
Hey, Tank, don't worry, dude. I just messing around with you, bro. The only one that got in was Big Papi. He was the only one this year.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's the only one.
Well, I guess that would explain why he's the only name I heard.
Yeah, he's the only one that got in, as far as I believe, and I'm pretty sure.
There's been years nobody's gotten in, right?
I believe
Yes.
so.
Last year.
Baseball is famous for that. I don't think the other leagues do that.
Definitely
We-
not.
Yeah.
They want to have a party.
Do we have the results? Maybe we can see who got closest to getting in.
Oh yeah, I have that list, but Halia fucked me up.
I knew I fucked you up. That's why I said something, bro, because you were going crazy looking for a long list.
searching out fucking pages and shit.
This has become his role on the show, actually.
Yeah, Big Papi's the only one that got over 75%.
Do we know who got like closest without getting in? Like I said, I know Bonds and Clemens were like 66 and 65.
Yeah. Then Scott Rowland at 63.
Oh, so they were the closest getting in without getting in.
Yeah, those
Okay.
are top three right there. Big Papi, Bonds, and Clemens.
Dude, I'm sorry. That is a bunch of horse shit, dude. Because
That-
Papi had a failed test.
That Poppy is in and those other guys aren't.
Absolutely.
And
Because
how do you guys feel about Pete Rose?
he should have been in decades ago.
Yeah.
And so should Shoeless Joe Jackson.
Yes.
Fuck it. Is OJ Simpson in the Hall of Fame?
Yes.
We didn't take him out, right?
No.
All right. No, I get it. That's different. Pete Rose was betting on baseball. The other guy was fucking betting and fucking throwing games.
On life.
Well, that's what they said. He freaking still played his. He was still balling out.
I heard something that I thought, all right, the Baseball Hall of Fame's job is to tell the story of baseball,
Wow.
not to, oh, yeah, we didn't like him. Oh, he did this. You can't tell the story of baseball without Barry Bonds, without Mark McGwire, without Sammy Sosa, without Roger Clemens. Although I've always been in favor not to put them in, those guys. But if you're going to start letting guys in that did that, they got to be the first ones, I think.
Because they rejuvenated baseball at a point.
Dude, they used them, dude. They used them. They knew what was going on. They let them bring back the sport. Summer of '98. And then
Did Bonds actually fail a test? Was he ever caught failing a test?
there was the whole Bauco scandal with him and the trainer, McNamee, I think was his name, that was working in the locker room, getting him in the clubhouse, getting him the stuff, and that guy turned into a informant. And I don't know about specific.
I don't think he has.
Yeah, they were always like steps ahead with the testing.
And McGuire didn't either, right?
I don't know.
No, but they interviewed him one time with
And
something
he
that
had
was
Andro box in the locker. But I mean, okay, failed test is the question. I don't think those guys did. Clemens did though, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure. There's the Mitchell report, and then there's the one that they did that Poppy failed, which wasn't supposed to come out. But you know who caught a lot of shit for that one, dude? And they never let him. And I don't like this guy either. But you got to tell the whole story. A-Rod was one of those guys in that other report that
Yeah.
was supposed to be confidential to see how big of a problem there is, and if there's a big problem, to know what kind of testing regulations. He came out on that one, and he got blasted, dude. He was on the cover of Sports Illustrated. But Poppy's, I mean, I'm bummed. I know you're not a big baseball fan, but you didn't even know about it.
I didn't.
A lot of people didn't know about it. He was in that too. But you know what? Boston strong, with after the bombing, and he's the face of Boston. And they
personality, the big.
Everybody loves Poppy, and they won those World Series.
Survived the shooting.
We can get into that too. That shit's fucking weird, dude.
That's why I said initially when we started that on a text chat that it has a lot to do, with perception and how well you're liked, and have you been remorseful, and all of those things,
All those defiant guys, like when Clemens came out defiantly and A-Rod saying no, those guys got fucked, and they're never going to be, anybody else who kind of, was like, well, my bad, me, Kufa.
The poster child for that is Rafael Palmeiro.
Yeah.
Well, he got fucked, dude.
And then going back to Pete Rose never admitted he gambled on baseball until it was way too late.
Bonds never got suspended for a positive test. He never tested, or he never failed a test after the 03 when it became mandatory. And it says that in 2000, something about the Balco trial.
Yeah. I mean, with him, it was more obvious. Like, he became a bodybuilder. All of a sudden, his hat size would grow, like, every year.
Dude, today, in one of the chats, you put a picture of Nomar. Bro,
yes.
Who the fuck is going to deny that guy didn't take something, dude? That guy was a puny little skinny dude, bro. There's no way he didn't fucking juice, dude. I had never seen that picture, but no way. That guy.
Well, that picture, I'll put it up here if I can, was kind of the beginning of the end for him. He kind of he was a great hitter for a while. Super
great.
Yeah, but then he started getting a lot of injuries, which that sometimes a lot of those roid guys a lot of times would end up with a lot of injuries too. I know. Oh my God, dude, this guy's. You got to give me some proof, D. We got into this the other day. Give me some proof. I'll buy into any conspiracy. You guys know I'm easy to lead down any path, dude.
You're the child.
How dare you, dude? But,
What?
I'm saying you got to give me some more. You got to give me some more info other than that, dude.
Yeah, some more facts. They're called.
Yeah, throw in some. Some facts my way, dude.
Yeah, dude. Dude, he's jacked, bro.
Look, he doesn't.
He didn't.
He don't look that ripped, but if you look at his what do you call those the lats behind the. Dude, he's doing something, dude.
Of course, dude. He doesn't have the body frame, dude, to naturally gain that.
I will say this is not as flagrant looking as some other pictures.
No, definitely.
Bro, but for a middle infielder, dude.
Dude, look at can you put like a picture of his rookie?
Go down a little bit. I think the one on the right is his rookie.
This one?
Yeah.
Come on, dude. This guy needs a steak in this picture, dude.
Dude, this guy, he was like 150, bro.
Well, you're right, Bum. It's not as flagrant, but he's a middle infielder, dude, and he was jacked. And anybody who's playing baseball and is jacked like that, like, this is not football, dude. They're not going to the weight room, dude. They play the game and they're like, I gotta rest. I gotta play tomorrow. We gotta get on the plane tomorrow. It's not like they're like, we played the game. Let's go. I didn't do roids and I got jacked. All right, dude. Yeah, some people, but you're not playing 162 games, dude.
Yeah, it is possible, but not like that. He doesn't have the frame for it.
Dude, we talked about the Ortiz shooting when it happened. The only reason I bring it up is because it seems like any weird stuff that people get involved in sports ends up affecting their career, their jobs, you know, whether they're going to be still involved with their team, whether they're going to be on ESPN or you know, MLB Network or what have you, and Hall of Fame, obviously, and those type of words. He seems to be kind of made of Teflon, dude, because do you remember the story they spun for the shooting?
It was a drug dealer's chick or some shit like that. A drug
That
lord's
was one of
chick.
the rumors flying around initially, but like the official police thing was, this is preposterous. It was a case of mistaken identity.
Yes.
They
I
wanted
remember
to
that.
shoot his friend that was
Yes.
sitting at the table. His name was also David. Sixto David somebody. Sixto David. I don't remember his last name.
Yes.
And then I'm thinking, bro, David Ortiz in
Kind of hard to mix them up.
in Dominican, they look totally different if you look up the picture. Size, skin tone. Fucking David Ortiz is Superman in the Dominican Republic,
Fucking
dude.
God, dude. He's a god.
Who the fuck does not know who David Ortiz is, bro? You know, he had just finished playing. He only been a couple of years removed.
Yeah. Very suspicious.
I'm very confident that they just, hey, mistaken identity, round those guys up. One of them turned up dead. Everybody flipped over, and then
Oh, definitely. That's a cover up.
and it's just blatant, dude. And then I was started reading a book called Baseball Cop, and I forget the rest. My years as this guy was a Cuban guy from Boston. He worked as they had like a personal security with the team, and then later he worked for MLB as he was kind of like a cop, private eye, and he was supposed to just look out for any type of illegal activity, whether it was drugs, performance enhancing or illicit, gambling, just anything fucked up in the locker room. And in the book, he says this guy used to hang around with a guy that was in the clubhouse every day. That I had him banned from the clubhouse. That had like fake identities from Dominican, and the guy was involved in gambling schemes in bodegas and all types of shit. And he was tied to Ortiz, but like they swept that under the rug. And then this guy ended up getting fired because he said that MLB, they didn't want him digging up shit, really, you know, like, why are you going to bring that up? You know, you're just going to make baseball's just always being made to look worse and worse and worse and worse over the years. You know, I know none of us are really big baseball fans, but like, when do you hear about baseball now? Mostly
World
A
Series.
controversy, yeah.
a World Series or somebody cheating or the Astros cheating.
The Astros.
The Red Sox cheating, or you know, a suspension. It's fucked up. And I don't know, dude. To me, Barry Bonds, that's the best fucking baseball player I've ever fucking seen play, dude. With or without it, dude. I think if he would have retired before he started juicing up, he would have been like borderline Hall of Fame. Let me pull up. I'm gonna pull up his numbers if I can.
He's borderline right now.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
I agree with you.
Yeah, I think you're gonna hold this high, holier than thou standard, or you're gonna let people in. I mean, you just can't have it. Some guys get in, and the others you're gonna hold it against. I mean, there's no consistency there.
Dude, I would put his steroid. His steroid heavy, you know, who knows? He might have been doing it before, but like right around 99, 2000, I think that's when he went all in on the roids because there's a lot of reports that he was jealous about McGuire and Sosa getting all the attention in 98. And look at, here's his 98. He hit 300 with 37 home runs. He 28 steals, so he almost did like a 30-30. Dude, nobody mentioned Barry Bonds in 1998. You know what I mean? He was 8th in MVP voting, and then after that, he just fucking went full Darth Vader,
What's
dude.
his batting average? Where's his batting average?
On that year,
Yeah,
right here, 303.
303. Yeah, dude, he had a ton of 300s.
Dude, and he was a Gold Glover, dude. Multiple.
Yeah, he was fucking great, dude.
4 MVPs in a row in the height of his steroid.
He had what? How many MVPs?
4 in a row.
Dude, look at his average, bro.
He's a 7-time MVP.
7 times. I didn't.
Yeah,
know. Wow.
he had 3 as a Pirate. I'm sorry, 2 as a Pirate.
Dude, he was a great player regardless, man. He took them
Again,
to the World Series, right? The Pirates went to the World Series with Bonilla.
No,
They made it to the championship.
Yeah, they lost to the Braves.
Wow, that was a great freaking team, dude.
Yeah,
And that was a great series, if you remember. That's the
Yeah.
whole Sid Bream sliding in at the end of the game.
Oh my god, dude, that was
and
some
he
good
was-
baseball, man.
Yeah, dude, those were the good old days. I remember watching that game. I enjoyed watching the Pirates at that time. They had Bonilla, Bonds, Van Slyke,
Yeah.
Draybeck, a few others. And that was like a back and forth series. I remember jumping on the bed one time when something exciting happened and going, yeah. You remember those old lights in the house in Hialeah? It was like a plate. It was just like a plate
Yeah.
with one screw.
Uh-huh.
And it was really only to like catch
And it was a
bugs.
square, and it was a square, and
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
the corners were like, it wasn't a straight line, it was a little.
right. It was like a plate. It felt like if you took it off.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
I had
jumped.
those too.
Yeah, that's the classic Hialeah light. I jumped and I punched it and I broke that shit. I remember that. I jumped on the bed and I broke that shit.
It was super thin. Those
I
things.
broke.
Yes.
We broke that shit playing soccer in the room.
Yeah. That was the classic.
I guess the purpose of that damn thing was just so you wouldn't see the bulb.
Pretty much, dude.
Yeah.
Because other than that, it was completely open on the other side. So, I mean, like, what the hell did that thing do?
It would catch like a cockroach every once in a while or something
Yeah.
like that. And
Yes.
that was
Flies, dust.
Guys, I'm out of here.
Be good.
Hopefully,
Hey,
you guys will be on when I get up.
Wait, bro. We gotta do a lot. We gotta do trivia, bro.
Yeah. You guys will be on when I wake up, so we'll do it then.
All right.
hey Tank. You're gonna have like a man.
I left a ball.
Do it, bum.
I can't, man.
You got to do it, bro.
Oh.
Come on.
Later, guys.
All right. The Bums Brandos is having a stroke too. He's like right before he has a stroke. He does it. His hand was shaking. Ah!
It's when he's having the orange slices
Ooh.
and the little kid's chasing him around and he goes, "Ugh, ugh."
He died
All right.
happy though, right?
He did.
All right. Well, that's my rant on baseball, dude. The Olympics are coming up.
Who watches that?
The summer
Exactly.
Olympics?
Winter
Oh,
in China.
are we going?
Yes.
I want to see.
I think a lot of our. Sorry, go ahead.
What's that? Where they do the brooms?
Curling.
Can't wait to see that.
Would they do the brooms?
Yes.
Yeah, curling.
I can't believe that's a freaking.
I don't even know what that is, to be honest.
You don't know what curling?
Really?
Wow.
I know
Never seen
curling.
that?
I know curling.
It's the same thing.
No, it's not
Curling.
that.
How did that game get invented, huh?
Exactly.
And then that game to make it to the Olympics?
Well, dude, if you remember, a lot of the original games were weird things from back in the day. Oh, I see what the sport is.
This
I would
is
never watch
weird. This is weird. It's like a giant hockey puck that you make sure you broom in front of it so it moves.
Dude, it's actually it's good to watch, dude. They're fucking surgical with that fucking stone because it's called a stone with a head. And the way they throw the stone, it's like And then they let it go, and then it's like,
Dude, that one in the Summer Olympics where they have that ball on the chain and they spin around with it and throw it. That one's so weird to me.
the shot put.
But the shot put is the one where they have it here.
Oh, is it the javelin? No, the javelin is the.
No, the javelin is that one I could see because maybe you could kill somebody with that if needed at some time. It's a good skill. But the one with it's like a ball on a chain.
Yeah, and they throw it.
Yeah,
What's it
that's only
called?
good for the. It's like a mace. It's only good for the Game of Thrones.
I could see it. Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
in that era would come in handy.
Is he still saying that?
No.
I think we're rehashing old commentary here
Got
to keep it fresh.
No, I think Hialeah, I think what you were thinking is I think we are having a diplomatic boycott of the Olympics.
Yeah, is that
So our
the
athletes, the athletes are going, but none of our diplomats or world leader, our president, none of that's going.
That should even probably be better for them.
Well, Bob Costas, who's always been a big Olympic guy, he spoke out. He said, the Olympic Committee deserves all the disdain and disgust that comes their way for going back to China yet again. He covered 12 Olympics. He says journalists are going to face unique challenges during the Olympics next month, and they're not sure how the host company may censor journalists and how they'll allow reporters to cover events in and around the game. And I think a lot of them are going to cover remotely. They're not going to actually be there calling the events, which is like a modern thing right now with COVID and shit.
It's kind of unusual because not too long ago, they got these Beijing Summer Olympics.
Yeah.
So rarely do you see like a country within, 8 years, 10 years get both the summer and the winter.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention that they're communist and totalitarian and all that. But
yeah. What else do we have for sports?
Bob Costas,
Mm-hmm.
7 Olympics. He started like on NBC on World's Toughest Man, the show, and it was where.
Is that like a strongman competition?
It was like
yes.
It was in a bar. It was in a bar, and that's actually where
Mr. T
got discovered.
Yes.
You remember that show on NBC?
Oh my God, I remember that.
You remember that, dude? That show was fucking must-watch TV, and it was only on for like maybe one season.
What were they, like arm wrestling and shit?
There were a couple of other guys that were discovered there too, right?
I just remember Mr. T, man.
I think may have been the most famous, but I think there was a couple guys that at least went into wrestling.
And what would you do on this show?
Dude, did they throw a midget? I think they threw a midget.
It was like,
or they threw somebody out the bar. Yeah.
It was like the Bouncers Olympics.
Yes. And like
what were the events? What were the events?
I think there was an arm wrestling. I know they had to throw somebody out.
They had to throw somebody out of a bar because you throw people out of bars, but you had to physically throw them out of the bar, not just tell them, hey, you need to leave.
Yeah. And like they would have to swing the person and see how far they could throw that person, and then they would like rubber, shit, where they wouldn't get hurt.
And was there something of like busting through a door or breaking something?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
If you wouldn't have never mentioned that, it wouldn't have never come
Never
back.
would have remembered that memory.
Never.
And
Never.
Bob Costas was the MC, and it was a very pre-Gladiators announcing, building it up, and that's where I don't know if that's where he got his start, but that was the first time I remember him, and then he just fucking went off. And the same thing with T. T got Rocky 3
right after that,
being on that show, and that made his career. That made his career because he already had he was that person, he
was like that there.
Exactly, and he was
a pitiful.
We could probably find a clip of Mr. T running his obstacle course or whatever that was.
Yeah.
But Yeah, it was all bar related.
Yes. Real good show.
Dude, in Australia, there was some people. We talked about this chick before, Peng Shuai, the Chinese tennis player who made the allegations, and then she kind of missed. There was some people wearing a shirt saying, "Where is Peng Shuai?" They kicked them out of the tennis tournament for wearing that message on their shirt. They said it was due to rules where they prohibit clothing, banners, and signs that are commercial or political on tournament grounds. Where is that woman, dude? And what did they do to her? The other guy they did that to was
Jack Ma.
Yeah, from Ali. Is he Alibaba or is he
Alibaba? Yeah.
What a fucked up place, dude.
Yes, it is.
And then and Bruno, my son. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. You're good.
Go.
Who's Alibaba?
It's that website where you buy stuff. A lot of people buy stuff in bulk to resell, or
It's kind of a cross between eBay and Amazon, but in Asia.
Mhm.
Okay.
Or for the rest of the world.
It's huge. It's their Amazon.
It
eBay,
is.
I never heard of it.
Yeah, and a lot of wholesale stuff. So people buy like bulk keychains, bulk, whatever to resell. Anyways, we're at the dinner table. He's starting to be more aware of things, governments, countries, and stuff like that. And he was like, "Oh, dude, China, they're not really good people, right?" I was like, "Yeah, the government, is kind of communist or whatever." He's like, "Dude, why does everything that we have say made in China?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I know, it's ridiculous, right?" Like, even a child understands how messed up that is, and we don't. It makes no sense, right? Why do we do so much business with our main enemy? Where else do you see that?
Do you think over in China, do they say made in USA?
The stuff that they buy from us?
I mean, you think in China, all their stuff says made in USA?
So they're fooling them and they think that they're buying the stuff from us?
No, I don't know. Maybe I'm just saying. Maybe why can't, if we're made in China, why can't they be made in USA?
I don't understand what you're saying, but like what? Give me a specific.
Everything's made in China, right?
Yes,
But let's say you go to China and everything's made in the USA.
because they're just writing "Made in USA" when it's not made in USA.
Or it
Or
is
because
made
they're
in the
buying stuff
USA.
from-
Maybe we're sending all our goods over there.
No, we don't make shit here, dude. We just buy and sell. We don't produce anything. We do some cars. I don't know if they buy our cars. I wonder if they buy our cars.
That's a good question.
It's just so weird, dude.
Does Ford send cars to Japan, China?
Yes?
I'm going with no. I don't believe it. I don't think we send shit over there.
Probably not.
Probably very little.
Because even American products, we still haven't made over there. You know what I mean? Like American companies will send their stuff to get made in a factory over there. We'll never build. Do you think we'll ever go back to building anything here?
No. We're fucking consumers, bro.
Well, they did figure out that during the pandemic and all these shortages and all that, there's stuff that we need to start making here, especially around antibiotics and medicines and things like that.
There's a shortage of antibiotics. I think they all come from like two countries. I think it's in South Korea, It's either South Korea or South Vietnam and one other country, or India or something like that. And we're super short on antibiotics.
Motorcycle guy.
Windows open, baby. It's gonna get
Yeah.
cold in Miami. Yeah, baby.
It's 64 right now. It's a pretty nice evening.
What would you call that? Nippy?
I not necessarily. And let me see.
Balmy.
Balmy?
I would say It is
Cool,
it's a cool,
refreshing.
comfortably cool evening.
Balmy to me is the 70s. Cool.
Balmy, you got to be in Soldier Field to be balmy, I think.
I think it's a little higher for me.
No, dude,
I think-
balmy's pretty cold.
No, I think balmy is colder than hotter. Let me
Yeah.
see.
Balmy, you got to be, I would say, if you're not into the 40s or 50s, you can't even.
I would say nippy is 50. For us, especially.
I think you get to nippy before balmy. So it could be breezy, cool.
It's fucking cold. It's fucking cold. What's fucking
Yeah.
cold?
Fucking cold is probably beyond nippy and before balmy.
No, I think
Balmy's
nippy's
really cold.
higher.
No,
I think
think-
fucking cold is like the 20s.
no, that's fucking freezing, is what that is. That's fucking freezing.
It's fucking freezing.
Yeah, it's fucking freezing.
Okay, fucking cold then is the 30s. It's fucking cold.
Yeah.
And then
High,
the 20. God damn it, it's fucking freezing, motherfucker.
high 30. Anything below that, you're on the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field.
So right now it's 60, so you would call it what?
I
Cool.
just call it
Cool.
comfortable,
We said cool. We said cool.
comfortably cool. Yeah.
The bum what's no part of this.
No.
Dude,
Um,
right now, we're at 0 viewers right now, right?
Yeah.
Dude, I've been going
This is-
like, I've
it's
been
the time to say whatever you want.
yeah, I can say whatever I want. There's this one guy on YouTube, bro. He has like I just saw yesterday he had 3.9 something million viewers. Today he has 4.06. So
Like
dude,
watching the stream at one time.
no. That's just his followers, right?
Okay,
And then
and subscribers.
his subscribers, and then he goes live. It looks like every night at 8:00, right?
Mhm.
It's this young dude, and it looks like he's playing games on the screen, and then he's talking to people. I don't get it, right? And he is like
What kind of games, bro? Video games?
video games, but then sometimes he's calling somebody, and he's got the picture up, and I'm like, dude, what the fuck? And then you look, and it's like 46,000 people watching it, right? And like you see him in the corner, and then it's the big screen of whatever he's doing, which I can't understand. I guess that's when you know you're old. Dude, 46,000 people. And he went live today, I saw, because it came up. He went live at 8:00, and he automatically had 14,000 viewers watching.
Wow.
And
And
he's
I'm
playing
like-
games.
Dude, it's not even he's playing games. He's just it's like you can't even tell what it's a game, and he's just talking over it. I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Right, because when people tune in here and they see 0 or 1, they're like, that makes sense. That makes sense. And then when they go there, they're like, well, this doesn't make sense at all.
It makes no sense.
Right.
Dude, it's fucking crazy, bro.
Well, you wanted trivia. I have some here in unofficial trivia here. This week was National Plan for Vacation Day. So to help with getaway ideas, here's a few vacation-related trivia prompts. I got 4 questions here. See if you guys can nail any of these. Number 1. What is the country with the longest coastline?
Chile.
Not a bad guess, but no.
Oh, it's not Chile? Australia.
That's what I was going to say, Australia.
This is tricky. You might never get this. I'll give you a hint. It's not. You wouldn't want to go to the beach here, probably.
Africa.
No, I think there's some nice beaches on Africa.
Yeah, they have
With
great
sharks.
white sharks. Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Ireland.
No, you're in the right hemisphere now, I think.
Greenland.
You're getting warmer or colder, whatever way you want to look at it.
Iceland.
You're
Antarctica.
Alaska.
getting close. Awful close now. Really close. You might be
Russia.
land. You're going the wrong way.
England.
Alaska. No, Alaska is attached to this. I think.
France.
Alaska's
Oh,
not.
Russia.
No, it's attached to this place. What do you got to go through to get to Alaska?
The United States and Canada.
Canada has the longest coastline.
Oh wow.
Wow.
It's kind of a trick question because it's cold and shit, but yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. The country with the number 2, the country with the most vineyard surface area.
France.
No.
Italy.
Italy.
No. You're close.
Greece.
No.
Austria.
Spain.
Spain. That's kind of surprising, right?
It is.
My ancestors are from Spain.
Yes.
Mine too. I think whoever wrote this trivia is trying to get this type of reaction out of people with the questions. Number 3, the U.S. state with the most ski resorts.
Colorado.
You would think, but no.
Lake Tahoe, Nevada.
No.
Vermont.
That's a good guess.
Closer than anybody else has been.
New Hampshire.
No.
It's
Yeah,
gonna be some. It's gonna be something strange like the Poconos, New York.
New York.
New York State. Okay, and number 4, the most popular international destination from Los Angeles International Airport.
Hawaii.
Well, that would not be international, bum.
That would be true.
No.
Japan.
No.
Fiji.
No, but you're getting on the right track now.
The
Samoa.
Philippines.
Are you? No, you're not. I'm sorry. No, you're not. No, you're
The
not.
Philippines.
No.
Midway
You got-
Island.
You guys are too far out there. It's not this far away. It's
The
not that far away.
Galapagos.
Oh, Mexico.
Órale, Holmes. Yes, Mexico, dude. That's what it is.
I gotta tell you, I think of Hawaii more international than Mexico. I know that's wrong, but I just do.
That's
I mean,
wrong.
yeah.
Dude. That's wrong.
You,
I never expected you to say that. That's wrong.
You could
Thank you.
drive to Mexico. We could drive there.
Yes.
We can't drive to Hawaii.
No.
Can you fly into Mexico?
Of course. That was the question. Most popular international destination from Los Angeles International Airport.
Correct.
They're killing a lot of tourists in Mexico, I've read recently, too.
Really?
I don't want to go
Yeah.
to Mexico.
No, I wouldn't now. I've been and I've enjoyed it, but not now.
My wife's always trying to get me to go, and I don't want to go then. I don't want to go now, and I don't want to go in the future.
You've
Have
never
you
been?
ever been?
I've been to one port off a cruise, but we pretty much got off, looked for a few minutes, and got back on the boat, and we stayed on the boat the whole stop. I didn't want to go into it.
We did Cozumel. I don't know if you were there with me, Bum, when I did it, but we did
Oh,
Cozumel.
I've done a bunch of places in Mexico. I've done Cancun, I've done Cozumel.
Cozumel's a small island. You drive around the whole
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
I like
Oh.
Grand Cayman.
What's that?
I like Grand Cayman.
Yes.
That's a cool place. Expensive as shit.
The place that I've wanted to do, and it's, is the whole Cabo San Lucas, what they call the part of the Mexican Riviera. I've never done that part of it.
Which
That's closer to California, though.
is that on the other coast? Cabo San Lucas?
It is definitely closer to California. It's like a hot. I know Mexico in general is close to California, but I'm saying this area is supposedly the closest, maybe.
Yeah, what I was getting at is if it is coastal but not the Gulf side.
But you see, that's where Sammy Hagar is. You see a lot of
Baja.
the actors, and Baja.
Dude, there's a few pretty famous people that live out there. I'm trying to
Cabo's
remember.
Yeah.
suitcase. Cabo.
Yeah, Cabo Wabo.
Yep.
Okay, so here's a
The
map.
Baja Peninsula.
Yeah, which is basically that's Baja California, right? They call that. And there's a Gulf there. But where's Cabo San Lucas here?
There it is, down at the tip.
Oh, watch your mouth, dude.
Look where Tijuana is, bro. Tijuana's right there, dude.
Dude, it's like San Diego, Tijuana, dude, right
Yes.
there, bro.
Wow, dude, that's crazy.
Look at Juarez, bro. Right there where El Paso is. I went to Acapulco one time. Down there.
Did you see the divers?
I did. We did see that off the rocks.
That shit must be amazing in person, huh? It's fucking amazing on TV, man. I remember that was a big thing in the 70s. They would show those cliff divers.
Yeah, I don't know. I was on a boat and I was taking shots of tequila and I got ripped and surprised. And I remember barfing a lot on my birthday. And I think I had some drinks with ice in it. And then later I remember everybody, don't drink the water. Yeah. And I had drinks with ice. And then I was like, fuck, that's just as good as drinking water, what I did probably.
Dude, Cabo, I didn't know it was that far down, dude.
Actually, I mistaken Tijuana, the position of Tijuana with Cabo. I thought it was flipped the other way.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was the tip of that dick thing there.
But it makes sense because it's not really connected to the rest of Mexico, which is supposedly some of the more treacherous areas, like Juarez,
Chihuahua,
the Chinanoa,
Guadalajara.
You guys wouldn't be interested in doing like a narco tour?
No, because you might not come back.
Yes.
Like they could show you like all the different spots where.
And isn't that where they got El Chapo and Mazatlan? Look at it there. It's on the coast too, but on the other side.
Where, dude? I'm not seeing that.
I
see it.
Yeah, Cabo
I
San
got you.
Lucas across.
Yeah. I see it.
So
And
the Gulf of California runs between Mexico?
I didn't even know that, to be honest with you, dude.
I didn't either. How does that make sense?
I would imagine that at one time there were landlocked there, and that was lower land, like maybe a massive valley, and over time now that's underwater. I'm just guessing purely here, though.
Or because the water of the Pacific Ocean that's on the California side actually drips in there?
Well, yes, but maybe it didn't.
At some point, maybe there was a land barrier.
Yeah, maybe that was just a big valley. A lot of this shit was probably. I don't have a map of the whole fucking South America. Let me see if I can.
So, Hialeah, when you hear Puerto Vallarta, what do you think of?
The Love Boat.
Right?
I'm gonna take it on my run.
That was like the main place they always went.
Promise is something for everyone.
Incredible.
Of course, for adventure, you're mine on a new road, man. Dude,
It's like that cruise only went there.
it was Puerto Vallarta, dude.
Wow.
We're Captain Stubing. Dude.
Dude, speaking of love, you guys read any of those articles about Hugh Hefner and that documentary that came out?
No, what was that all about? You brought
my
that up.
God.
I don't know anything about that. What's up?
I didn't either. Go ahead.
There's a new documentary out on him and a lot of his former girlfriends, live-in bunnies and all this came out and said that he was into like a lot of weird stuff. You guys remember Lovelace, which aka Deep Throat?
Linda
Yeah.
Lovelace, yeah.
Linda Lovelace. Yeah, she said that they made her perform oral sex on a German Shepherd. Somebody that had a dog there caught him one time banging the dog, and that he was into bestiality. But then imagine that guy probably, with those chicks around all the time, like regular stuff probably just did not, do it for him anymore at a certain point.
I don't know.
Do you think you could be a Hugh Hefner today? Like that's not that long ago, but it almost seems like you couldn't do it.
He was the ultimate
Playboy.
and an offensive symbol to the Me Too and
Feminist.
women's liberation. And I mean, the guy was a walking offense, right?
Okay.
But he was still on TV all the time. People loved to talk to him and interview him, and like it wasn't like, oh my God, this guy's banging 20-year-old girl. Like it was like he was.
That shit could not happen now.
That's what he was like, grandfather into. Oh yeah, it's just Hugh Hefner. Oh yeah, he's got a new box.
Yeah,
That's what he does.
That's what he does.
Yeah.
That's you. Oh, what a guy.
He's probably the last old guy that's going to be able to do that.
Oh, you got to think that, right?
Yeah, unless something changes. Yeah.
That guy is a legend.
Yes.
And
His
not in his own
time
mind.
might never be seen again.
Well, hopefully not if he was really banging dogs and shit, dude.
But
That's disappointing.
But that's just people. Okay, the way I look
He
at
was
it,
an animal lover.
no, it's like, when's the last time you heard of Linda Lovelace? When's the last time you heard of any of these fucking people? And now they want to put their names out again. We're talking about them, and they're just, who knows if that happened? That guy never had anything like that come up before. And you would imagine there'd be a lot of people involved if he was into that stuff. I'm not saying he wasn't, but dude, I'm not taking it,
Well, I can appreciate where you're coming from. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Life is pretty bitter when you think about a guy that was exposed to so many beautiful women and he's going after a damn chihuahua.
There is
terrible.
a lot of dog pictures of him with dogs. That's
A Pekingese. Imagine him going after a Pekingese. What a fucking ugly dog that is, bro. The Pekingese.
Ugh.
God, they're fucking. You don't see too many of those Pekingese around anymore. They're fucking.
No. I think I used to see them when I was young, like little kid.
When we were little kids, bro, every Cuban house had a fucking Pekingese in the house. And they were
nasty.
Dude, they were nasty, bro. And they tried to make them cute with the long flowing hair. It was like they were trying to make them look, but they look like black. I don't know. It was like they look like prune faces, right? It was like
Terrible.
fucking what a little piece of shit dog, dude. Piece of shit dog. Glad they're gone. Yeah, dude, that's some of those are Pomeranians, though. Look at that dog, dude. That's a fucking piece of shit dog, dude. That one right there, yeah, that one on top in the middle. That's a fucking perfect Pekingese.
What's the name of the dog? It's a Doge, but that's not really the name. It's an Inu
And you what?
Shiba Inu. This thing.
Uh-huh.
Those things are cute, dude.
Those are kind of like snow dogs, right?
It's like a snow dog, but it's like yellow. Shiba Inu or Doge.
They look solid, right?
Yeah, it might be fluffy as hell. Who knows? But yeah, I don't know. It's a good looking dog, dude.
Another dog that was popular, I remember when I was growing up, was the Chows.
With the purple tongues.
Oh,
Yes.
dude, I had a Chow Chow, dude. Mine was so knockoff, dude. Did you ever meet Kuko?
Google.
My dog Kuko?
I guess not.
No.
My mom brought home this dog. Obviously, when they give you a dog that old, it's like he's fucking crazy or something, dude. He was a pretty good dog, but he had like one ear up and one ear down.
Damaged goods.
He wasn't quite as fluffy as these guys. But yeah, they did have the purple tongue. He was a little bit crazy, dude. He would bang other male dogs. I did catch him doing that. Cool. He didn't look nearly as nice as any of these guys. You don't see these too often anymore.
Not anymore.
That's what I'm saying. It was kind of popular in the day, and then now, like, what happened?
Those were like almost like drug dealer dogs.
Yes.
The drug dealers had those dogs.
That
Those
was over.
anybody kind of, you could tell the difference when in the 80s. Tell me if I'm wrong, Bone, but you knew who the fucking people that were dealing were, bro.
Yeah, definitely.
It was so fucking easy to see, bro, because they were the only ones that had that kind of money to do the repairs and glamorize the fences was a big teller. Those cement fences with the iron.
A compound wall.
Yes, a compound wall, and they all had fucking chows, dude.
Once you got the bricks right on your sidewalk, the bricks thing
No
with
fence, not fencing.
no, it was a wall, and then with bars, and then there would be like a light with maybe like an eagle or some type of animal on the top of the columns. Yeah,
and a lot of them had a statue at the front too.
Oh yeah, so most of the time it was a San Lázaro in a box in his own little house that was like the size of an efficiency almost, but it was just for the San
Those
Lázaro.
were all the fucking drug dealers, bro. And pretty much every other block had somebody that you knew was like, you know what? You're sticking out a little bit you're too much from the rest of the houses.
Right.
Lions were very popular. Too.
Lions.
Yes, 2 lions in the front.
When you said San Lázaro, my mind was going to the Lions. I remembered a lot of fucking Lions.
Yeah.
Well, what it would be is that the Lions would be at the forefront of the house. The San Lázaro had his own kind of area pushed back.
Because to appease your grandmother, you would get her the San Lázaro in his little house, and then you had your lions.
When you guys went to school, did you know whose kid, what kids? Not that they were drug dealers. Not that they were drug dealers. I'm not saying that their parents were drug dealers. Did you,
bro? Yeah. I had this kid, dude. I fucking hated him. Not because of that. He was just a dick, dude. And like everything he would say, your mama. Like anything you say, your mama. Dude, that guy had like the first, like when you found out about new Jordans when he got them. That's how you knew there was a new Jordan drop. He had the 1s, the 2s, all this shit. I had the fucking Star Hutch. What was the little fucking BMX bike? Was it the Hutch Star? I don't remember. Brand new BMX bikes all the time, all the fucking new gear. So that guy, for sure, they were fucking pushing weight in his family. And then there was the guys that had like beepers, before anybody. You kind of suspected,
You mentioned the BMX bike. There was this guy, very similar. You know what bike he had? A PK Ripper.
Mm-hmm.
Remember those?
I do not.
Super expensive BMX bike.
Ripper?
A PK Ripper.
It was a Hutch Trick Star. That's what I'm talking about. You guys don't remember those with the crazy colors and the crazy rims? You'll remember it when I show you.
Yeah. I mean, the prominent BMXs were Redline.
That was my first bike, dude. I saved up $120. I had an allowance of $5 a week, bro. And I saved up $120 and I went and bought a BMX Redline.
Mine was
oh my god.
Mine was a Mongoose, and I bought it in the Schwinn on Palm Avenue?
On 4th and 41st.
Yes.
Right by the Solanos. Dude, that's right by my house, man. That's right by my house. I grew up on 43rd on 4th.
That Schwinn may still be there.
That Schwinn is still there. It's still there, bro.
Wow. I bought Bruno a Mongoose recently.
That's what I had.
To live vicariously because I never got one. My parents didn't have a lot of money. My shit was a red, and you know what brand it was? I don't even know what brand it was, but it said BMX on it. That was it. It was just BMX. It was terrible.
Dude, the BMXs were a little lighter, but man, those Mongooses with the mags.
That's what I had.
People that had those were like, God damn, dude, that's a badass fucking bike, bro.
You don't remember these, the Hutch Trick Stars?
No.
Well, in my time, if you had the alloy wheels, those were the lightest bikes.
yes,
I had the Mongoose with the mags, and it was a little heavier.
bro. Dude,
But it was awesome.
Well, the Mongoose's, the body was thicker, it was heavier,
Yes.
and the mags just added to it, bro. But the mags were so fucking nice. I never fucking had mags, bro. I always wanted mags.
Did you ever? The one Bruno has now is like this one. You had the things in the front and the things in the back, so like you could tow people and shit.
Yeah.
No.
Or they
I
could
didn't.
stand, or they could stand on the nuts, right?
Well, see those black bars in the back
Yeah, the
wheels.
black part.
yes.
Yeah, the black
Yeah.
part that stuck out. Yeah,
Those were to do tricks and shit, but usually you just ended up like
carrying
giving somebody a ride. Yeah, somebody on the handlebars and maybe somebody in the back.
Putting people on the handlebars, it worked, bro. But you would fuck up your handlebars, dude, and then they would get loose, and that would suck.
Do you remember some of the names of the accessories, like the cranks, the gooseneck,
The
the
goosenecks,
seats?
the seat. You remember? You know what I always thought funny? You know that pad that I would always have the pads on, and you know the one that goes.
Yes.
Dude, that shit was not gonna fucking protect anything in your nuts, dude.
That was
No, that
for
was
looks.
for show.
That
Yeah,
was
looks.
show, bro. It was all looks.
So the cranks were Shimano.
Oh,
The
Now they make fishing gear, right? Am I
yeah,
right?
they
about that?
do.
Okay.
The gooseneck was Suntour. I remember those were the best Suntour goosenecks. And I forgot what the seats and the handlebars also had like a whole brand that was the very best or whatever that people would try to get.
Yeah, you could. Those old bikes, vintage, they're fucking expensive now, dude. Like if you're gonna buy one, and a lot of times they'll sell them like that in parts. You know, you buy the body and then you buy
really?
fucking pedals. Yeah. and you buy-
Astrabula.
Do they still
Remember
make
Astroblue?
Mongoose bikes?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Maybe I'll buy myself a Mongoose, bro. Finally
I'm
have a
trying to
Mongoose.
think of there was Mongoose,
There was other brands.
PK Ripper, Redline,
Twin bikes were good.
Schwinn were always good, but they were more like 10 speeds and like
Yes.
mountain bike.
Hey, and then sometimes you would get your bikes at Kmart and they were Huffies.
Huffies. I had a Huffy, man.
That's what I had, dude.
Everybody had a Huffy, bro.
I had a Huffy with
Hey, what's up,
Astrabula,
Big Revo? They sell them at Walmart.
Astrabula
Yeah.
forks.
Fucking Huffies, dude.
I'm
They
trying
were
to
like
find
the-
some of the.
They were like the track shoes at Kmart. You
You
know.
remember the Dinos?
No.
You don't remember that brand? Let me see. Come on, bro. Dino, dude.
You remember Bobos?
That's all I
The
had.
Bobo
dude.
shoes.
Yeah, Bobos.
Bobos. They made
cost
you
$1.99.
feel fine.
That's $1.99 Bobos.
That's a
Oh,
Dino
man.
right there.
Dude, look
Torque.
at what Remo just put. He said he bought a Big Ripper last year. It cost him $800. God.
Torque.
dang.
I don't remember Torque. There was a Diamondback also.
Diamondback. That's it. Diamondback. PK Ripper, Diamondback, Redline, Mongoose.
GT
else?
Pro Series.
Damn, it's worth $1,600 now. He bought it for $800 last year. It's $1,600 now. Damn.
Hutch, Redline, Mongoose, Harrow was number one. I don't remember the Harrows.
I think Milton used to race BMX when he was a kid.
I
Mhm.
think so. Yeah.
Why are we talking about bikes?
We digressed into it.
We don't know.
we were talking about Coke dealers, children's toys.
Yes.
Bikes.
Uh,
They all
also
go
had-
together.
they had the USS flag.
They had that. Okay, so you know what they had? They either had mini bikes or ATVs or go-karts.
Go karts, bro.
Go-karts.
They
not the
those
ones that-
motherfuckers had all the go-karts, dude.
Mhm.
But not the go-karts that had like an old lawnmower engine.
Yeah,
I mean the nice ones.
the nicer
Mhm.
ones. Yeah, the ones that you're talking about are the ones that were practically homemade. They had
Yes,
nice
they were.
ones. They had nice ones, dude.
Yeah, those things were like cars, dude.
Yeah.
You know what else they had?
Later jet skis.
Yes.
Their
Jet skis.
Jet skis, yes. But you know what else? Their moms were a little bit hotter than the regular, right?
Yes.
I think that was the dead giveaway. It's like, dude, your
And
dad,
you know why?
your dad looks
Oh.
kind of like my dad. Wait, your dad looks kind of like my dad. You know, they could, interchangeable. But motherfucker, dude, your mom a little different than my mom.
Oh, and why was that? Because she never really had the work. She never, like, she would go, spa, hair, this, that, and the other. She didn't, like, carry the household,
And
So
you probably like to hang out in her house, in the kid's house.
she was
more than
well
usual.
taken care of for the
Yes.
time, right?
She was she was always had the nails. Yeah, she was always going to the boutique.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
probably ripped off a few to his mom at one point.
Oh, definitely, bro.
And maybe it was my imagination, but some of those moms knew they
That
were
you knew.
messing with us.
Of
They were
course.
messing with us. They were
The
doing
original
little
Mills.
things.
To me, that's where Mills started. To me,
They were doing little things to make them feel better, but also to mess with us.
yeah.
Could you tie
For sure.
this for me in the back? I can't reach. And you're like stiff as a rock,
Yeah.
100%.
Oh, but yeah, definitely, dude. That's a dead giveaway. Video games too, dead giveaway.
Oh, they had
Yes.
the best systems, multiple systems, and then
Yes.
like all the new games. You're like,
All the games.
dude, I had to save up to pick one. You have all of them.
You have all of them, and bum. God damn, everybody's got VHS. You got Laserdisc?
Oh yeah.
Wow, Laserdisc, dude. That's like
Laserdisc.
future fucking shit.
And they definitely got the TV, the first TV with those 3 big ass color lights. What was it? The projection, the
Yes.
original projection that was like. Now you look at it, it was like nasty as hell, but at the time it was state of the art.
Like a DLP TV, you mean?
Oh no, this thing was ugly, man. This thing had like a red, blue, green light in front of it. It was projection onto like a big screen. It was just like
Yeah.
it was a lot of apparatus. It was state of the art then, but ugly as hell.
Wonder what happened to all those kids.
Definitely had a car phone.
It was
A
always
car
like a
phone.
brand. Oh yeah,
A
yeah,
car,
yeah, yeah.
a car phone first, then later the mobile, because the car phone came first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're Remo. Basically, we're doing the call signs. How did you know? One, who the drug dealer on the street was that lived on your street. You could tell by the house and different things. And then your friends, and you could tell which parents were drug dealers. That's basically what we're doing.
There was a whole row in Hialeah where like 50% of that shit they were probably drug dealers.
Yes.
And it was near Oakland Park. And
Yes.
It was off 4th Street, and you turn in it. It wasn't a gated community, but it was just that one little block. And all those houses were big as shit. I mean, you look at them today and they're not, that much bigger, but they are bigger, and they were big. At that time, they were bigger and nicer, and those were all the ballers lived there.
Dude, that is exactly the place that I'm thinking about. It's on Red Road, and right there, like on 60th, right there.
Absolutely. Exactly. That's exactly.
It's that little. It's like it's the end of the block. But
Yes.
they had the whole end, and it's just you go in there, and
It was like a sideways block. It wasn't like you. Yeah.
It was sideways. You would go like this, and then it was sideways, and you would go to the next street.
Right. The back of the one row faced 4th Street, and then there was a street, and then the other row there.
Dude,
I was boys with a couple people on that block. I don't think.
Dude, it was probably the main guy, and that was probably all his family, and who knows, and he kept everybody close, but that was like a fortress in there, dude.
Yeah.
That shit stuck out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And the cars.
And the cars.
The cars were. I think back then it was still very popular to have like themed cars with murals painted on them. You know, that was a big thing back then. I don't know if they do that now. I don't think so. But
a lot of boats in the yards.
Yes.
Big boats. Bigger boats than the other houses, definitely.
Mm-hmm. Boats that might even be able to go on a run, you know, on the weekend to bring in some stuff.
No, for us, it was always the parents. Well, the majority was the parents.
Yeah.
Especially
the big ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, the kids were the giveaway, and then when you visited the house, you know, then you would know. Dude, back to Hefner for a second. They figured out at one point that Belichick was like a cousin of his, if you can believe that. And Jim Brown, that was an article I read, ties that he had to the NFL. Jim Brown was like really good friends with him, supposedly. I don't know if you remember
that.
Some show or channel that he had, and he would let Jim Brown have a show, and at the time it was one of the few places that Jim Brown could speak freely and whatever. He
used to do that show. He had his show. It was the Playboy Hour or something like that.
And he had the Playboy Channel.
No, this is way before. This
predated that. Yeah,
and he would do it from like one of the Playboy. Oh my God, what was it?
Mansions?
The Playboy clubs.
Okay.
That they had, and he would do it like that. It would be, and he would do the whole show from there. And he had a lot of, risque performers, and very out there. And that show was super popular, man.
Dude, but wait a second. Speaking of Hialeah, risque performers, drug dealers, and shit like that, A la Cama con Porcel, dude, that should not have been on TV for children to be able to fucking act.
I love that show, La Gaticas.
La Gaticas.
Yeah, bro.
He was even in that movie, dude, Carlito's Way.
Carlito's Way. Yeah.
I saw that with my son the other day because he'd never seen it.
Carlito's Way?
Yeah.
I don't know. This was like a variety show, right? And he had guests on, I guess. And then they had these chicks dancing on the show.
Well,
and he must have been 500 pounds.
Yeah. Did he die?
Yeah, he's gone.
He did?
Pretty sure, bro.
And the show would open up with one of the girls dancing to him. Remember?
I just remember these chicks scantily clad, dude. And
I love this, man.
I definitely had.
I think it's the only Spanish television that I ever watched.
And they would do like some sketches.
Yes.
But the chicks were always dressed like this.
Yes. But the opening of the show, one would always come to him dancing.
Like serenading? Oh, no, not serenading. That would be singing.
Yeah, like just coming up to him, like dancing like that, right up to him. And then, she would stand next to him and he'd be freaking out looking at her and stuff. But that's almost how the show started all the time.
Yeah, I definitely had impure thoughts watching this.
And it would be like how he would introduce, like, it would be like the spotlight of a particular gatica, and she would go up there and dance. And very good stuff.
Was he Argentinian?
I thought he may have. Yes. Check it out. Is he dead? Yes, he died in 2006.
Yeah, he was Argentinian. Yeah, 15 years ago he died.
Wow, he was young too.
I mean, dude, it's amazing he lived to 70, dude, the way he carried on. I mean, I never saw that guy like this picture here is him when he's like 34 and he looks like he's 60 in that picture, dude. Right?
Wow. Circa 1970.
Like Tom Brady is 11 years older than he is in that picture right now, dude. That's crazy, dude. 49 movies. Poor Sal.
I'm gonna have to see if I go back and they have like a little clip of the girls coming up and dancing. The opening of his show.
Yeah, for sure, dude. That guy was
Remo, that goes without saying, but you're absolutely right.
yeah. And there was a lot of shows like that. Not to that extent, but like a lot of scantily clad
Yes.
women on television.
That show made me really. That was like the Cuban Benny Hill. Remember Benny Hill?
Yes,
Benny Hill was good too.
100%.
I loved Benny Hill.
Okay, dude, I wanted to talk about something else, dude. Moving on from Las Gatitas. Dan Bongino, they just banned him from YouTube for, I guess it's a permanent ban. You know who this guy is, Hialeah?
Nope.
He's like a conservative talk show host. I believe he was Secret Service for Obama, and then he retired, and then he got a talk show, and they I think it was just a couple days ago. They apparently for life banned him for life from YouTube for supposedly, and I say supposedly because I haven't heard the show or know exactly what it was, for spreading COVID misinformation. Do you think that those people have too much power, dude, to like, I understand it's a private company and shit, but isn't there a point where that becomes kind of like almost like it's crossed the realm into a public thing that we all use? It's like it's in a weird space for me too. Private company, business, but also become a way to communicate and stuff, and that they maybe have too much power to influence everything from elections to free speech, you know?
Yeah, that's a tough one since it is a private company. It's not a service that is delivered by the government or taxpayer dollars or anything like that, where, you know, typically you would have a little bit more rights to it because it's something more public that you're paying for. But yeah, there's some fine lines there between censorship and control and all of those things, right?
Is this guy spewing hate?
I don't think he's saying, or I could be wrong, I haven't heard his show that often, but the times that I have listened to him, I don't think he's saying anything that much further than what you would hear on either CNN or Fox or any of the major opinion piece shows. I don't know. Do you ever listen to him, Bum?
I have more. He was frequent on Fox, and I saw him there more than like a separate podcast or anything. He'd often get into battles with Geraldo Rivera.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good battles.
But he's not spewing hate, like kind of like, let's say if a Nazi skinhead was out there talking and all that. It's not nothing along those lines.
We're talking about Dan Bongino, Remo.
It's not along those lines, right?
What's that?
It's not along those lines of hate or anything, right?
No, he's just a conservative talk show host, and I am pretty sure when the election was going on, he was, talking about inconsistencies in the election and things like that.
But the reason that he got banned are more around what, COVID stuff,
Right now, the permanent ban came from COVID misinformation.
misinformation.
Mhm.
Dude,
He was Secret Service for Obama, right, Bum?
I know he was in law enforcement. I don't remember if he was with the New York Police Department or Secret Service.
I'm pretty sure he was Secret Service for Obama. Let me look it up.
dude, honestly, all this shit about COVID
He was
misinformation,
NYPD and Secret Service, I guess.
with all this stuff with the COVID, and dude, you're not gonna go to your doctor and find out. Talk to your doctor you've had hopefully for a while, and see what's right, man. But if you're gonna be watching somebody telling you this you gotta make your own decision, bro. And it's like, I think that you can't yell fire in a theater, but I don't think it's along those lines,
Do you remember that, Goat?
Yeah, I'm laughing because when I talked to John about this, I don't remember if it was on the phone or text. Yeah, I think we sent a text. He said the same line. How do you interpret that line, Hialeah?
What? You can't yell.
Can't yell fire in a theater.
Because you're going to incite, panic, right? You can't just blatantly put stuff, but this is not along those lines, because the people are still free to freaking make their choice, dude. If you want to listen to Rogan for your medical advice, bro, maybe you need to think a little bit better, bro, because the guy's a comedian. He's a podcaster. He's just talking. It's not like he's an expert on any of this stuff. I'm not saying he's completely off. It's his opinion. He might have looked into some of this stuff. How deep? I don't know. I do research. It's not, what the fuck? That could be you read one article. You read one sentence of an article. Whatever. Who knows how much research? And even if they tell you that this, and this, I've done this. How do I know, dude?
Yeah.
You're just coming to your own fucking conclusion with stuff that you're taking from wherever. If you're going to take that advice without checking other sources that contradict it, and you see both sides, hey, okay, and then you make the best choice for you, right?
Yeah.
But you've got to see those other sides to make that.
But
decision.
you have to have the ability and the right to be able to determine that for yourself.
For yourself, exactly.
Like I don't need somebody saying to me, dude, listen, man, you're probably too stupid to listen to this, and maybe you're gonna believe it, and you're I'm not even gonna let you hear this because I think you may be too dumb, dude. You may just
even if you are too fucking dumb, it's on you, bro.
Mm-hmm.
It's on you.
So the guide of you can't yell fire in a crowded theater is does the speech cause harm? Does it cause chaos? Because if it does, it's not a protected freedom, right? Your speech can't cause damage. Now, is some of this stuff that people are saying causing that level of damage? That's the debate, right? Because to Hialeah, Rogan having a guy on his show talking about things, is that really causing damage?
Well,
exactly.
It's kind of hard.
I'll just say this about Rogan, because a lot of people do say, fuck, why are you listening to Rogan? Oh my God. But he does, we have to give him this. He does have people with credentials that are professionals on the show too, that he talks to about these things. So, it's not just, Rogan giving medical advice all the time. He's having, I think, sometimes really helpful conversations with professionals, and a lot of times he's giving you a different side of the story, maybe, and maybe lately it's been more, everybody finds their niche, right? You got to have your niche. His podcast is the niche of a lot of, now lately, the other side of the coin, so to speak, which maybe you know, the traditional media is not down with too, especially since his fucking show's way bigger probably than any show on TV right now, as far as opinion pieces or talk shows. You know, what's bigger than Rogan on TV? I know.
From a ratings perspective.
I think
Yeah, I don't think Spotify
NBC,
puts on.
I think NBC, CBS, and ABC are still ahead of him.
But probably shows on CNN or Fox probably aren't getting as many ears as some
Maybe not.
Rogan podcasts, and I don't think they like that.
Well, because you got to think the older people are listening to Rogan because he's on Spotify. So the older people,
Yeah, they don't even know how to get on it.
Exactly, they're watching ABC, CBS, and NBC. You know,
I will say that, you know, you if you're not understanding that the main reason Rogan is there is to entertain. And yes, he presents people of different qualifications, all kinds of walks of life. But if you're dumb enough, and this goes back to what Hialeah said, first of all, there isn't anybody that I'd probably like has a show that I would just full blown listen to and change my life because of what they say, right?
of course.
But having said that,
Dr. Fauci included.
And Dr. Fauci included.
You can't take
ABC,
anything anybody says 100%.
Fox, CNN, but if you can't determine that he's entertainment and, you know, that's his thing, and then these people claim to be the news. I mean, everything has kind of like a category. But if you're diving off the ledge head first without looking on any of those platforms, you're making a big mistake.
I think potentially now I understand his move to Spotify more, because he's the one thing I noticed on Spotify that he hasn't done is he had like a big conspiracy guy that used one of his best friends that used to go there, Eddie Bravo. I don't think he's ever been on any of his Spotify things. He had what's this guy? He's Cuban too. He lives out in Jersey now. Joey Diaz. He used to have him on a lot. I don't think he's had him on much. He had like a little Me Too thing. Maybe they didn't, want that. And he's had a couple other friends that have had sexual allegations. He's kind of distanced himself from them. But dude, let's be honest. Some of these major networks too, they're getting sued all the time. Sarah Palin, I think, is suing one of these major networks right now, right? She just got COVID and she couldn't go. I guess they couldn't start the trial. I have it here somewhere.
Yeah, and I think they took pictures of her at a restaurant unmasked eating or something.
Well, they straight up lied, dude. They straight up lied about her. What was it, dude? I'm trying to find it here. It was, and it's an old thing. It goes back to during the campaign when she was running. Okay, here we go. Got it right here. In 2017, I'm sorry, it's the New York Times, so not the networks. This is one of the major newspapers, New York Times. They ran an editorial that established a connection between an ad produced by Sarah Palin's Political Action Committee, PAC, and another mass shooting, one in Arizona in 2011 that killed 6 and wounded Democratic Congresswoman Gabby Giffords. So they just straight up lied about that or got it wrong, however you want to word it. And then she is accusing them of defaming her, and she's seeking some unspecified documents. They kind of twisted the truth with Rogan too on, I think it was CNN, about the ivermectin, she's taking horse medication and shit. So I don't know, dude. I think you should be able to listen to all of it, and then you make up your own mind. You do your further research based on that. But all those channels should be open, And dude, even I'll take it further. Like even people who talk, we've talked about it before. Tearing down statues and people who talk about racist shit. Dude, let's know who they are, bro. You know what I mean? Don't hide them. We want to know who they are. Yeah, okay, now we know who this guy is.
I think the line has to be still. Look, you're protected. You could go burn the flag. There's all kinds of things you could do that are protected under the First Amendment. But at the point that you cross the line that you're, inciting a riot, violence, or
Yes.
something like that, I think
Agree.
you gotta put a line, right?
Right. Yeah. You don't want nobody. Oh, let's get together and let's go beat up these.
Let's go lynch somebody. You don't want those things back.
Let's go get Tom Brady. You can't do that.
Right.
Unless
But
you're
because
the Rams, dude, then you could do it.
But because you have a guy on your show that's counter to the popular opinion, I think once you start getting into that, then it becomes dangerous.
It just seems lately like if you have a dissenting opinion, there's a bunch of doctors now together that got together against Rogan recently for spreading. It's just weird, dude. Can you imagine like 10 years ago if they told you, I know it's a big no-no to say it's a flu-like thing, right? But like, it's worse than a flu, right? But if you were to compare it to something that we known before, wouldn't like flu be sort of the nearest thing? It's not AIDS, it's not cancer, it's not,
It would be a stronger flu, yes.
Yeah, it's like the Spanish flu, a stronger, more contagious flu.
Can you imagine people talking about a flu and then they're getting banned from YouTube because they talked about a flu?
It's crazy, isn't it?
It's like, what? It's just so weird, man. We're probably gonna get cut off just talking about it. I just think it's weird because you could even categorize some of the shit that was said early on as misinformation that came from official sources, right? If you go back retrospectively and you say, oh, let me look at what they were saying a year ago, 2 years ago. Oh shit, that ended up being wrong, what they said.
Science is never 100%, and it's always changing and evolving.
Right, but we never went back and said, "Oh, dude, you got to ban him. You got to ban him now because they said it wasn't.
But
they said it wasn't airborne. Now we got to ban him."
But not everybody believes that, Hialeah. In fact, a lot of these conspiracies have taken advantage of the fact that scientists were not 100% accurate, right? And because they weren't 100% accurate, it's got to be a conspiracy, which I think is wrong. But a lot of the conspiracies are based. Oh, you said 1, 2, 3. It was really ABC. You got to be lying to us. You got to be doing that maliciously. No, in some cases they were incompetent. In some cases they were just flat out wrong.
Right. But when you present it as like, this is the science, you cannot question the science.
But maybe to that point, it was what was accepted, at that point. But if you always go back, hey, we should have seen this. We could have made it. It's like almost like Monday morning quarterbacking, ain't it?
I think that's one of the biggest gotchas of this, right? If they would have came out and said, hey, this is what we think, but we're not 100% sure, then people would have said, oh, they're being honest, but damn, they're stupid. Like, why am I going to listen to them? They're not even sure. So it's a catch-22. And if you come out and you say, yep, this is the absolute truth, and then you're wrong, then you're a liar. There's no winning there, right?
Yeah. Somebody's always going to...
Yeah, that's why I think all the channels need to be open, so you could kind of say, hey, well, this person's not right all the time. This hasn't been right all the time. Oh, here's an idea. Oh, let's look at that. But now it's just been like, this is it, and even if this is wrong, we don't go back and we don't necessarily even apologize for that.
And here's something that is, I'm going to tell you, it's probably the most surest bet you could ever make, better than any pick you can make. I guarantee you, with all the issues that Fauci has and how wrong he's been, how people dislike him and all that, and some of it I certainly can agree with, whoever would have been in that role would have been in the same boat. Guaranteed. Absolutely. Whoever would have been in that role would have been questioned.
Oh my God.
Absolutely.
I don't think there's one. Who are we looking at in the world right now? We're like, oh man, he's doing it right. You know, everybody's on board. I mean, look at Boris now. He's having those problems with the garden parties and all that in the UK. This guy in Canada, Trudeau, now with this trucker strike. You guys see this trucker caravan strike that they're doing up there?
That's what you get when you're the boss.
It's an inadvertent Guinness World Book of Records, the longest caravan. Convoy, caravan, whatever you want to call it. In
the Boris Johnson thing. The Boris Johnson thing is pretty damning, though. Here he is talking about all the lockdowns, and they got pictures of them having these like liquor parties in Parliament. You know, basically flouting all the rules that he's pushing.
Well, he said he considered those work events.
Yes. I would too.
He's just a bum, right? He's like Trump if Trump were a drinker, right? Because Trump is a teetotaler, right?
Yeah, and if Trump had an accent, no doubt. Yeah. But yeah, it's like, I guarantee you, there would have been anybody that we wouldn't have questioned in that role. Impossible.
Yeah, I think they're questioned all around the world. You know, like I don't know, Australia. I don't know how the people there are dealing with what's going on over there, but they can't be happy. Like, hopefully we're getting out of this shit, dude.
I will say this though, for some people. And I guess it's because maybe they haven't looked at the news, or maybe they didn't always follow like current events and things like that. But what may turn out to be the conspiracies of this pandemic are really things that have been going on forever.
Well, there's just a bigger microscope or spotlight on them now, right?
We're just paying attention. That's the difference. But look at the opioid crisis. That is big pharma pushing something that they knew was going to cause harm, that was killing people. They were pay for play with doctors. Big time.
More blatant than what's going on now, right?
COVID,
in more cases, yeah.
COVID is nothing next to that opioid crisis, bro.
Some people would say that. Absolutely.
It's nothing compared to the opioid.
The only thing is that
as far as doing wrong,
this one has touched everybody.
It's touched everybody, and as far as them doing wrong, blatant stuff for the money and for this and knowing the implications, opioid dwarfs COVID as far as I'm concerned.
But if you're analyzing sort of financials, so to speak, and you're looking at best products, you know, let's say Man of Action Figures, you know, hey, what's a hot seller? What's you know, what are you doing? Like, two pretty big hot sellers for that industry, right? The whole opioid thing and now the whole vaccine thing, like two pretty back-to-back major product rollouts that they've had recently, right?
But yeah.
And probably before that, a lot more pill shit, you know, in the 80s.
Oh, absolutely. These people are in to make money, man. Come on.
I don't know what's next, but there's always like, next may be like, we're going to start reverse aging, right? Like,
no, but, well, yeah. Or what the CRISPR technology, where you'll be able to design your baby before you have it.
Oh yeah, or get like organs swapped out, like you swap out cars, classic cars parts. And, oh yeah, I just got a new fucking ticker, you know. I just got a new fucking liver, dude. I've been drinking like crazy, dude. I got 100,000 miles on my liver, dude. I gotta go, you know.
But think about it. We criticized and went after tobacco and alcohol like dogs. We remember we used to have commercials on TV when I was growing up. You had you had beer, liquor, you had
Marlboro Man.
the cigarettes, and we went after those businesses until we practically destroyed them, right? Yet you have pharmaceutical commercials now more than ever, and they actually tell you really quick at the end of their commercial that it could do all kinds of harmful things to you, and it's like, who cares? Nobody's paying attention, and these people are making bazillion dollars with this crap.
Right now, it's the pharmaceuticals' turn. It was big steel, oil. Then it was the war machine came. Then it was tobacco, and they were like the big companies. Now it's pharmaceuticals. It's pharmaceuticals time in the last 20, 30 years where they're the big boys. The war kind of took a step to the back. The next one is gonna be the media and all this social stuff. That's the next one that's coming after the pharmaceutical. They're going to be the ones that really start controlling shit and making the big money.
When I strip away
Tech,
all of the
big tech.
yeah,
Big
when I
tech.
strip away all of the smoke, it peels back down to things that have been happening since the beginning of time.
Nothing is new.
Money and politics.
And politics
That's
and
what this
power.
is.
The power in politics, bro. It's all about
That's
that.
all it is. There's
That's all
nothing
it is.
different here. They've just capitalized on a particular crisis of the time. That's it.
That's all it is, dude.
It's just a different flavor of another lie.
yeah.
Of another snake oil salesman. Another
Controlling the
whatever.
masses. What are we going to do to control the masses? And now the masses are now into all this, social. Right now it's the baby boomers getting older, so the prescriptions are, they got a bigger market for that, right? And then it's going to be all the social. It's going to be the tech, and they're going to be the ones influencing and keeping the masses in check. It's just the
Dude,
way.
I go back to Eisenhower when he had that speech before he left, and he warned. What did he warn about, guys?
The industrial complex.
Industrial military complex.
Yeah.
Within that speech, look it up on your own time. He also warns about the scientific industrial complex and medicine too. That's in that speech too. And that guy was he just dropped knowledge, dude, at the end. I don't know if it was because he's a good guy and he had some guilt and he had to drop it or whatever, but he was super prophetic with all that. I never knew that until recently, that he also dropped that in about medicine and stuff.
Yeah, and the way you started to say something highly about doctors, you want to know when you have a good doctor, and I have to say that, the guy that I go see is good because of this particular thing. That guy always tells me that he does not want to prescribe something to me. In fact, he scares me in the other direction. He goes, listen, you got to lose weight, or you got to do this, or you got to do that. You know why? Because if not, I'm going to have to prescribe this to maintain that. And these are the side effects of that. And to me, when a doctor talks to me like that, I could deal with that, because that's the kind of knowledge or information you need, right? I don't want to be taking all kinds of medications to be able to get through my life. And any doctor, real doctor, unless you're going to die, unless you take a particular medicine, you shouldn't be taking any. And you should be doing whatever you could do not to.
Yeah.
Granted, if you have some condition that you absolutely need it, hey, you got to deal with the side effects. But other than that, they should be moving away from telling you, let me get you this. It'll take care of that. Let me get you that for this. And before you know it, you're on 4 or 5 different medications.
Right.
That's crazy.
You know what's fucked up? That there's a lot of people that will probably be like, all right, fuck it. Just give it to me.
Oh.
I'm sure there is.
What's the old saying? Better living through modern chemistry?
Yeah.
That's crazy, man.
What do you guys think we'll ever be like in our lifetime into like reverse aging shit?
Man, I hope it happens in my lifetime. Maybe squeak out a few more years. I don't know.
Like I don't know how the fuck they do it, but they're like working on this shit, like taking years off your life. Well, not off, but adding, I should say.
Well, they already started. They started with that CRISPR stuff where they're able to edit DNA to be able to remove like the DNA that causes a disease. They're in that
Okay.
pathway.
Yeah, you're talking about like babies now, right?
No, even yes, like before you're born.
Right, you're talking more like, I consider that more like programming or something. I'm talking about like us, like we'd be able one day to walk in.
But they feel they could do that to that technology.
Like extrapolate it out into like living people.
Right. So they could basically inject you with more of the DNA or material or cells that you need to combat something to get rid of it.
Yeah,
right?
There's a lot of stem cell shit too that they're
Right.
doing now. A lot of it, I think, is not in this country. I don't know how much of it you could do here. A lot of people go out to do that for people with like sports injuries a lot, and shit like that. I don't know. I
do
think
the blood plasma rejuvenation. A lot of sports guys do that. They have an injury. They do like injections of plasma and stuff to regenerate the blood flow and the platelets and all that.
is that some people who maybe have, and we're not doctors and we don't know what the fuck we're talking about, but like
No.
some people who have like a bad ratio of white and red blood cells or something, and they can go in and like fucking even that out and get that to.
Well, yes, to a certain degree. I mean, that very similar to like what they do with dialysis and stuff, but we're not fully there yet, right?
Yeah, I think one day we'll be able to fucking like pop in for tune-ups, dude. Maybe not. We might catch the tail end of that shit when it's too late, but like, I'm pretty sure, like, dude, people are gonna be fucking living to like 100 and fucking 20 or 30, born this century maybe, that just have lived this much easier life, We were shitting out we're shitting in an outhouse like fucking 100 years ago, right? I don't know when did fucking modern plumbing come into play?
Probably the 20th century, I would think.
Like early,
right?
Like our grandfather's dad was probably shitting in an outhouse.
Well, in Cuba, though, that's pretty much all there was.
Yeah,
a lot of outhouses.
Right, because there's always when the invention comes out, but then when it's cheap enough that everybody could get it, right?
Yeah,
right.
That's usually there's still even a gap there, right?
Yeah,
100%. Yeah, the whole thing with the banning and suppressing or silencing, dude, when you're having
slippery slope.
Yes.
The reason it hits home for me too is like, we're all Cuban here or Cuban descent, or our parents lived in Cuba for the most part. I think everybody here, dude, when you're coming from that where you couldn't say shit, like you couldn't even say it on the corner, right? Much less like on YouTube. But forget about that. It's just like, fuck, dude. I don't like the way, there's got to be a better way.
Of course.
I agree, but you know what's scary about it is that each side has their version of it, right? Example, let's say on a more liberal side, it's the stuff about the pandemic and speaking anything against what is the mainstream, information. You're a misinformation person. You're spreading conspiracy theories. But then you have on the right side, stuff that the liberals say that they want shut down, like critical race theory and other things that they push that the right wants to shut down, right? So what I'm getting to is that each side wants to shut down the other.
But do you think that one side gets shut down more than the other?
It varies. I think it comes in streaks, and it also depends on who's in power at the time, how Congress is made up, the makeup of Supreme Court, what is the hot topic versus not. I think it kind of comes and goes in streaks.
The thing that
Go ahead.
the thing that I'm scared or that I worry about is either side just fuck it. We're not gonna agree regardless. You know, cut off my nose to spite my face kind of shit. It's like regardless, we're gonna see the other side. There's with no reason. You know, it's just blanket. It's gonna be opposition.
But dude, we don't do that hardly in any other thing, dude. You know, because like we talk sports here most of the time, right? Dude, I'll tell you, you know, this guy's not a good player. You'll say, no, I think he is.
Yeah.
Okay, fuck. Next one. It's not gonna be like, that's it, dude. I can't fuck. You know, I can't ever talk to you again because I don't agree with you. You know, it's like, all right, dude. People are gonna disagree, dude. You can't just say make them disappear from the face of the earth, dude. They disagreed with me.
Yeah,
that's dangerous.
I feel that's what's happening. There's no communication,
and these platforms, I do think, are obviously it's a business, right? And they're gonna cater. They're gonna look at the dollar bill, and if more users are registered, one or the other, they're gonna skew with their policies and their decisions, for sure.
Yeah.
I will say though, if you look at the most extreme situation, right? If you look at how things break down, right, where eventually there is some complete totalitarian takeover. You look at other countries that have been through it, Argentina, Venezuela, whatever.
Argentina's been in turmoil their whole life.
It usually happens like this. At some point, whoever's in power decides that they need to take over because everything else is a lie, not
enough
true.
is enough. They get to
Enough is enough. They enact martial law. And
I think I saw this in Star Wars, right?
And the first thing that they do, yes, exactly.
They take the personal freedoms.
And the first thing they do is that they get rid of.
I will return them when the time is right.
And the first thing that they do is that they take martial law, which is emergency power, and they suspend whatever constitution that they have, if any.
Then you have a new country.
That means all rules are off.
That means that one guy is deciding for everything.
And yet, with all that, if you were to say, at one time, do you remember at one time when, I don't remember if it was when Trump was going to get in there or when Trump was running for re-election. Well, you remember the catchphrase, we'll just go to, a lot of Hollywood people were saying this, I think, mostly celebrities. We'll move to, do you remember where they were saying they would move to?
Canada?
We'll go to Canada. Is that really a better option right now? We talked about Mexico too, and all the, that's not a great option. Where do you go? It's not like with all this problems we're talking about, still probably the best place to be.
Well,
you're not going anywhere.
Yeah, unless we do get to that point where somebody
unless you're like Marlon Brando and you go by your own island, which
look, the whole peaceful transfer of power. If what are the chances that we have an election in the future where whoever loses and is in power says, you know what, it was completely rigged, it was a big lie, I'm putting the National Guard on the street and we'll do another election or whatever, but I'm not leaving because this was complete fraud.
That's the day we end.
And how close are we to that?
That's what I was about to say. How close were we to that?
That's the day. That's the day we end, bro. Honest. That's the tell all be all. If that ever happens, bro. That peaceful transfer of power. That's special.
It's the difference between us and every little banana republic in the world.
Dude, that is special, bro, and that sets us apart. The minute that doesn't go,
That's the whole reason that Xi Jinping is in power for 30 years, or Putin keeps getting reelected, even though there's not an election. It happens because of that.
yeah, bro. That's when if that were to happen, that's when the shit's gonna hit the fan.
Yeah.
And they're about to go into Ukraine, right?
They're right on the border.
Yeah.
And I heard that they're spinning it in Russia, that they're having to react because there's aggression coming from there to them.
Of course, but
Yeah.
they don't let people know anything, you know?
Yeah.
How true do you think that is?
That the people don't know anything?
Yeah, you could have said that before the internet and all that. Now you got to think, because I know people in Cuba, just speaking about Cuba, they're not in the dark as we think they are. There's internet,
No.
and they know what's going on in the world now. It's not like before that they were in the dark.
But we do know that they could not do what we're doing right now, and even
Right.
floating out, ideas and talking things out, and at the end of the day, we're talking about climate, political
No,
climate.
I understand that, but they know what's going on in the world. They're
Yes, not
dark.
as much as we do, but like they're definitely
Yeah.
controlled and censored, and it's not like they could,
But it's gotten better, is what I'm saying.
yeah, absolutely. We know, that they're, like China, there's certain websites that don't, they can't use. There's things they can't say. It's just.
I think the politics have to return to a mindset of business. And what I mean by that is, in business, it's not on zero-sum game, right? There's always compromise to make money in business. If you don't have negotiations and back and forth and end where both sides get a little bit, there isn't business, there isn't commerce, right? We need to have that return to politics where it's not you need to lose and I need to win.
Yeah, it's like I worked for Publix forever. It's like Publix doesn't want Winn-Dixie to go out of business. They don't want Winn-Dixie to go out of business because it's a threat. Winn-Dixie leaves, there's a threat of somebody stronger, a better company, more capital coming in and taking their place, and then really cutting into your share.
They've been dealing with Winn-Dixie for a long time. They know how to
and
be profitable.
exactly.
The devil
So, like, I remember when Albertsons moved in. Oh my God, Albertsons moving in, and that was like a big fucking threat. I remember when I was at Publix. But Albertsons came and went. And Winn-Dixie, dude, Winn-Dixie's Publix could care less what the fuck is Winn-Dixie doing, dude. Honestly.
Yeah, and you could equate that to Cuba too, right? It's the devil they know. That's why they haven't gone in
Yes.
there. That's why it's like, all right,
It's not a big deal. We know.
God forbid there was some oil there or some fucking.
Oh my God! Please, 90 miles from the U.S. and we have a Soviet country.
Some
Yeah.
batteries that we could mine.
I think if we went back to that, and politics used to be that. These guys in Congress used to negotiate and used to make deals so both sides would get something.
It
And-
seems now that they're making deals to enrich themselves.
Well, that's definite. But if they don't go back to some type of, hey, I think we could both get something out of this, and both of our sides will feel like we did our jobs. Because right now, it's win or lose, good luck to you.
What up, big dog?
Yeah, we gotta
90s in
go
the
back
house.
to, you know what? You scratch my back, I'll scratch your back.
Yes, for the benefit of the people, not themselves.
Yeah. Because ultimately, it's the people that keep them in power.
And
Yeah.
right now, I see that almost as impossible.
It's gotten too
Divided.
and too far.
Extreme on both sides.
Yeah, dude. It felt like also for a little while there, when Trump was in there, that it was there was the far right, and then like if you were even closer to the middle, you were you could have been accused of being like if you were in the middle, you might have gotten it from both sides. Like, oh well, you're this or you're that. Or you're not. Maybe you're not either one. Maybe you're just more in the middle. But like if you weren't far to either side, you were like, dude, what are you? Why aren't you all the way over there? Why aren't you so hardcore over here? Why aren't you so? It's just like
I think that to a certain degree, but I think when you're on the two ends, you're a little bit more vocal. It doesn't mean you're the biggest.
you're the loudest though.
You're the loudest. You're not the biggest. I think the middle actually is the largest portion.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the middle teams make their own decisions and stay quiet. And either way, they're going to make their decision. But those two extremes are louder, and they just bark a little bit louder. It doesn't mean they're the biggest percentage of people.
There's I was listening to a guy who said that two of the most consequential presidents in the modern time has been Reagan and Clinton. And those two guys in this climate would probably not be supported by their party based on their previous positions, how they brokered and sometimes gave a little to the other side, how they worked with the other side at times. Not to say that they weren't partisan, because they were. All politics are.
Yeah, bro, but how about charisma, dude? There was some charisma, right?
But those guys were able to broker deals that at the end of the day, both sides could say, we got something.
But it just
There
seems
isn't any of that happening now. Nothing.
But those two guys you talked about had a lot of charisma too, right?
Absolutely. That's part of it. But now
even Obama, was a great speaker, very charismatic. Whatever you think about his, political views,
right.
You have to say at least that. People did. There was a lot of people who liked him, dude, and he was. That seems to be missing. Like, I don't know if it's a consequence of the times or, I know you just said probably wouldn't be supported. But Jesus Christ, those would have been way better options than anything we had any time in recent history.
No, I understand, but they wouldn't have passed the litmus test of the way the parties are put together now.
I understand what you're saying. You're basing it more on policy, is what you're saying.
Yeah, they wouldn't be right enough and they wouldn't be left enough.
I get what you're saying.
Based on today's standards.
I'm sure they would have moved some of their boundaries and shit like that to fit. They
would have been considered more moderate today.
Yeah, but they probably wouldn't have been running on that platform or whatever you call it. They would have.
Not in today's age, no.
Yeah, they would have just for climate.
You rarely hear that word moderate anymore.
No, and it used to be that the moderates were the key to any election, right? They would swing it. Right? Based on, okay, like, I'm going to pick whoever is the best, not just because I'm part of this team, right? Yeah. And now that's shrinking. And what's just growing is the extremes of both sides. And that middle is being squeezed out.
Yeah.
So we've beaten this one up pretty good. What do you say?
Yeah, we can move on. Um, Side note: in Massachusetts, there was where stores have been selling recreational marijuana since 2018. I didn't even know that. Did you guys know that?
Where is this?
Massachusetts.
There's a lot of states now that have it. I don't. It's not as easy to keep up with it anymore.
No,
They-
it's kind of
It's becoming.
Collected-
It's basically becoming. When is my state gonna make it legal?
They collected more taxes from cannabis sales than alcohol for the first time ever this year,
Wow.
which is
That's
kind of
awesome.
interesting
That's
because
awesome.
I know alcohol sales were like through the roof during the pandemic.
By the way, that's still limited, and I'm asking this. The whole weed thing is still limited by that it's still on the federal government Schedule 1 as a drug, so you can't. It's got to be all a cash business. You can't do credit card transactions.
I don't know.
Or
I
did
don't
they get
know.
over that?
I don't know.
I don't
Because
know
I thought
enough.
that was the big thing that was still stopping them from really exploding.
I don't know.
I honestly do not know enough to comment on that, so I won't.
I'll have to look that up one day and come back to you guys on it.
So you're saying they have to be cash?
My understanding, and again, maybe it was at the beginning of the business, but because it was still on the federal government Schedule A as a drug, a legal drug, a narcotic, or whatever, that federal, credit cards are under federal commission and transactions, federal trade commission. It's a federal thing, credit card transactions. And there couldn't be credit card transactions in that business because of it.
Okay, where's Tank when you need him? I don't know.
Yes.
Are
We'll
you guys
look it up at another time.
Are you guys fans of Neil Young?
I'd like Harvest Moon
What is
Like-
his genre?
rock.
Yeah.
Classic rock?
Yeah.
He just got into it with Rogan and Spotify, and like he made like an ultimatum. Either my music or his podcast. You can't have both.
That's good, bro. Somebody's got to stand up to Rogan and try to get his ass out of here, bro.
I think it's good to make a stand. But I think he lost
Yeah.
on that one.
Somebody freaking said, put his guitar down and try to get this fucker out, dude. Rogan
Well-
can't be spewing that stuff.
If Rogan's the honky tonk man, he just broke his guitar on his head because Rogan's still on Spotify and he's not. Now I wonder if he also looked at the numbers before he said this and said, "I'm not doing that much on Spotify anyway, so let's go."
He canceled
You know.
himself, dude. He canceled himself.
But he
Or was
probably knows.
Was
how
it a
much
bad move where he thought maybe that he was big enough that he would somehow get Spotify to sanction Joe, and they didn't, and he lost? I don't know.
I think he thinks very highly of himself, huh?
Yeah, I would have to agree there.
It's not the first time he's pulled his catalog from Spotify. He's done it at least one time before, and
Ooh, I'm gonna pull it. Be careful what you do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull it.
I'll do it again.
I'll-
Meanwhile,
Oh, man, I didn't even know he pulled it before. So really, it's even more of an emptier move.
all his fans have the 12-inch vinyl already.
I read this
probably.
today. Somebody said most people, I think, like over 50, didn't know he was still alive. Most people in their 40s,
You mean under 50?
under 50, didn't know who he was. It's just crazy. He kind of he didn't think this one through, dude.
He fell on the sword.
Yeah, he fell on the sword. And other people, and then the other part don't even know what Spotify is.
His fans.
Yeah.
What else do we got? Oh, you know what I wanted to ask you guys? Oh, you wanted to ask this. We might as well just go into it. We've talked about this before. I've done some shows on it before. You wanted to talk about movies. Talk a little bit about movies. Oh, by the way, before we talk about movies, entertainment world. Bum, I know you probably didn't continue with Book of Boba Fett after we watched the first episode on vacation.
I did not.
All right, do you have a problem with us getting into the episode? You saw it, right, Aileen?
No, I haven't. I don't have a
Yes.
problem.
Yes. I got a few shows I want to talk about, actually.
Okay, well, let's start with Boba Fett and then we'll move on. So, spoiler alert, if you have not watched the last episode of Boba Fett, for that one person watching, we will talk about it now. Did you like it?
Yes. Very good. Probably the best, one of the better episodes of anything so far, right? As
When you
far as
say
Mandalorian and Boba Fett.
Okay, so you're including the man. I don't know. I'd have to go back and watch the Mandalorian episodes to rank it on there. But I can definitely say for this year, for the Book of Boba Fett, probably the better one. But it was really a Mandalorian episode, right?
Dude, we were watching the Book of Boba Fett and a Mandalorian episode broke out, you know?
Right.
That's
Exactly.
exactly what it
Boba
was.
Fett is not even in the show.
He didn't show up.
Yeah.
But
And
it was good. It was good.
It caught me by surprise because as the series went on, I realized this is going to eventually, his flashbacks are going to lead into the moment that we saw him, and they're going to tie it in together. I didn't think they were going to go into the future with it, and we kind of got a continuation of the last Mandalorian episode, and it was pretty fucking cool, dude. I enjoyed it.
It was pretty good. I thought it got like the whole biker scene. I mean, when they were putting the ship back together with I thought they could have cut some time off of that. I thought they extended it a little bit.
It seemed like a Chip Foose episode happened within there where they're building a fucking speeder and they got too much into parts and shit like that.
They got too much. They went a little bit too far into it. That's the only thing I could say that I was like losing my interest, because it's like, dude, how long are they gonna prolong this fucking ship getting built?
You should have just sold them a built ship, right?
There,
Maybe not so much work, man. It's just, it seemed like they just milked that shit. Like,
They could have done the Rocky scene, the montage where he's training and they're
Yeah.
building the ship fast, and they give in the
there's
episode.
there's a term for that in series TV. They call that type of episode something, and I can't
Filler?
remember it.
this was a little bit, that was a filler within the episode. The
Right,
episode itself was not a filler.
right. There was a part of it it seemed filler. Where he gets a beat up old Republic ship, and they rebuild it
It
basically.
just took forever to rebuild it, and it got a little long on the tooth.
Yes.
The lady that's the mechanic, great casting. She's fucking great in that show.
Yeah.
She's a scene stealer, definitely.
I'd rather have a Razor Crest though. I understand that little thing was
Yes.
fast. That was like a Cobra Shelby if it were a car with the top off and shit. Very dangerous, very fast.
Well, that goes back to the Naboo. What was it? The Phantom Menace? Those
Yeah.
were the basic ships.
Yeah, his Razor Crest was more like a fucking Cadillac, like that. He could fucking live in it. He could he couldn't even transport a prisoner in this fucking thing if he
Yeah, it
had
was
to.
tiny. Yeah, it was like you said, like a Stingray, right?
Yeah, it was.
An
It was
Alfa
like
Romero, the Alfa Romero of the space.
it was like a roadster, a little fucking muscle car, pony car.
So you liked it?
We enjoyed it, man. I thought it was really good. The kids liked it.
Did you see who directed it?
I did not.
Little Ronnie Howard's daughter.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Because he did one of the Star Wars movies, or no?
I don't think so. But
I
his
thought he
daughter,
did.
Bryce, what's her name? Bryce Howard.
Didn't they
Bryce-
call him in at the end to do one
Bryce
of the movies?
Dallas Howard.
Bryce Dallas Howard.
Yeah.
She directed it. And people are calling now that she should direct a full film because that's how much they love that episode.
Yeah, I thought he saved. Yeah, I'm thinking what you're thinking. Go. Didn't they bring him at the last minute to save one of the Star Wars?
Maybe Solo.
They could have.
Ugh. Wow.
Yeah,
didn't
he
save
directed
at
that.
all.
He directed that.
Which
Wow,
one,
that's-
Solo?
Yeah.
That's shocking.
Solo wasn't as bad as everybody says, bro.
I didn't like it, dude.
Yeah, I don't think it was that bad.
But to be saved by Ron Howard, it was bad.
Yeah, I
He
mean,
didn't save it.
if he did save it, I don't want to know what it was
Exactly.
before.
Exactly.
But she directed it, so I thought that was pretty cool.
Those are usually Favreau, right?
Yes. Well, I think he still wrote this one, I believe.
She being of the Jurassic World fame, right?
The Village, M. Night Shyamalan.
As an actress,
Yeah.
I don't even know who she is, dude.
Yeah, Bryce Dallas Howard. She was in the Jurassic Parks. She was in the two M. Night Shyamalans. Wasn't she in the one with the girl in the pool?
You know, I never saw that one.
I
Is that
saw
any
parts of
good?
it. I couldn't get into it. It was with Giamatti's in it, the main dude.
Oh,
And-
Paul Giamatti. He's a
Yeah,
good
and
actor.
I think she was the nymph in the pool. If I'm not mistaken, but she definitely was the blind girl in the Village. Oh, that's very upperclassman.
It's
Very
cold.
preppy.
It's
Very
getting a little
preppy.
cold. It's 64. It's not cold. Who am I
Very
kidding?
preppy.
But
It's nippy.
yeah, anybody who wore the sweater like this on their neck was just.
It's prep. You still see people like that, and it's like, dude, what a douche.
You got to do it like this. Would be the real way to do it.
They usually play tennis, and their name is Biff.
Yeah, with the little white shorts. They're wearing that sweater around their necks with the little white shorts.
Maybe
The mid thigh ones.
Well, then the high socks. Wearing
Yes.
the high, yeah.
And they're wearing the Stan Smith Adidas.
Yes, white. Maybe with a stripe, but primarily a white one.
White and the green. It was the green little thing in the back.
Yeah, they're probably going to go to brunch after the game or something like that.
Yeah. They're more mimosas than Bloody Mary kind of guys.
Absolutely, yes, 100%. Parents maybe or not drug dealers. We're not sure. Depends on their age. All right, what else are you watching?
I just finished watching, I think I talked about it last week, Yellow Jackets. I finished that. That was great, about the girls' soccer team.
Okay.
And now I started two. I started Archives 81 on Netflix.
I want to watch that.
You mentioned this. What is the premise on this?
It's this guy approaches him. He what the guy does is restores film, right? And this guy approaches him that there was a fire, this hotel burnt down, and we got all these tapes, and they got burned in the fire. We want you to go through them and make them watchable and all this. And he sets up the guy like in the middle, in this compound in the middle of the woods to do it. He's all by himself because they say
Sounds like a horror film.
dude, it's super fucking. I've only seen the first two, and it's super fucking eerie, bro. It's really fucking intense.
I've heard some good things about it.
It's very good so far. I've only seen two, but it's super fucking intense. And the other show is I started actually right before we went live. People have been talking about the Peacemaker from DC, and I caught the first 30 minutes of the HBO.
With John Cena?
Dude, it's fucking hilarious.
Is it like a comedy?
It's comedy, but it's very crude. A lot of bad words, a lot of sexual shit going on, a lot of sexual language. It's pretty fucking. It's hilarious, and it's not your usual DC fare. It's like I don't know how they can't get the movies right, but this show looks fucking great, and people have been talking about it, and I could already see that I'm gonna enjoy it. I can't wait to finish the first episode and see a few more. It's good.
What have been like their best shows?
Fuck. Well, they got a lot. The Smallvilles, they got the Wonder Girl or Supergirl, and
Those are old, though, right?
Batwoman, Wonder Woman, the old Wonder Woman show.
Yeah, modern. Like,
Yeah.
I'm talking like more like now with this Marvel.
I think. Oh, you know what? The Doom Patrol, I believe, New Teen Titans is supposed to be really good.
Okay. I have not watched many of them. I got into Gotham at one time.
Gotham was supposed to be.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
But people complain like, "Damn, dude, Batman's like your best character," and then we're just watching like a little baby Batman. That's the best.
Dude, watch Peacemaker. You can't watch it, but it's not for kids. Definitely not for kids.
Thanks for that warning, because last time you gave me one for the kids, they ended up killing.
Yes. None of these shows that I've mentioned today are for kids.
All right. Bum, you watching anything on the tube? Nobody has a tube anymore. What the fuck am I talking
No tube, thank
What do you
God.
call it then? The flats? You sing anything on the flat there, Bub?
You streaming
The
anything?
flats. That's what? That's an apartment in Europe or something, or England?
Yeah, but
Or
now
a
it's
chick
flat.
with no rack?
Yes.
flat. Dude,
No, nothing in
remember that?
particular.
You remember that? Dude, that chick is flat, bro.
Yeah, dude.
Yes.
Girl's flat, dude. Pobrecita.
Flat up
Pobrecita, bro. Somebody's...
down low.
Yeah.
She's
flat.
a carpenter's dream.
Yes, she's
Flat as a board and straight as a nail or something.
Yeah. And the opposite is you get bounce a quarter off that shit. You're not watching anything, Bum? All right, you wanted to talk about like rewatchable movies. What are your like?
Your top 10 most watchable movies. So
This
you
gets
guys
repetitive for me because my best favorite movies. I watch them a lot.
Yes.
so those are most rewatchables. Everybody
Yeah,
has
they're-
their own.
There's some movies that I really like that maybe you don't watch that much, but the majority of them are like rewatchables. Go ahead, you go first.
I'm gonna give you some that I think I think it's safe to say all three, if not at least two, have these movies. Okay, Godfather,
Yes,
Godfather 2,
yes.
Shawshank Redemption,
Yep. That was
Okay, let's
my
do-
top one.
Tombstone.
Let's do this. Hold on.
Tombstone.
Give a movie and your favorite line.
Okay, Tombstone is
There's so many.
There's so many.
why Johnny Ringo, you look like someone done walked over your grave.
Yeah.
Love that line.
There's so many.
Okay, say one.
There's too many to name.
Okay, so Tombstone, you're gonna write it down? You're writing it down?
I have to write this down.
I don't know. I thought that's what you got the pen for. I thought you were gonna.
No,
write
this is a prop. It's more like a prop.
Oh.
I just hold. I'm like
So-
Bob
so,
Dole,
okay.
dude. Remember
The two
Bob
guys-
Dole?
What?
Bob Dole. You remember Bob Dole? He had the messed up hand. He would always hold like a pencil
Yeah.
or something.
Recently died.
Recently
Yes.
passed.
Rest in peace.
Okay, so the two Godfathers,
Law
Shawshank,
don't go around here, Law Dog.
Tombstone. That's
Cut your
four.
pimps heart out.
That's four that I think we could honestly say are probably in our top tens.
I'm sorry. What was the one that was not the Godfathers or Tombstone?
Shawshank.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And what's your favorite line from that one?
I don't want to go with the crawl through a 3 football fields of shit and came out I don't want to say that one. The one I like is when Red's first describing oh my god Dufresne what's his
Andy.
Andy Dufresne, and he's going, the first time I didn't think much of him, just a plain drink of water. That line, and then knowing where they become, it's just I always love that line. But there's a ton.
How about from
Brooks
Godfather?
was here, it's
Yeah.
What's your favorite one from Godfather?
The most famous one of all, right?
You can act like a man.
Leave the gun, take the
Take the
cannoli.
cannoli, bro, right?
May your first child.
Be a masculine child.
Masculine child.
And he's like practicing that like over and over before he goes in.
Michael, what's wrong with that man? Classic. Fucking classic. We gotta go.
You
we're
got
going
one
to
more.
the
That's 4.
We're going to the mattresses. Okay, a few more. Okay, I would
Trotsky's
say
to the fishes.
Goodfellas. It's a
Yeah.
lot of seems like
And
a
what's your
gangster.
favorite line from that one?
Which one is my favorite line from that one?
Am I funny like a clown?
Yeah, you talking to me?
Do I
You're
I
talking to
abuse
me?
you?
Oh,
Do I
no.
abuse
Do
you?
I abuse you? Do I make you ha ha or something like that?
And then he starts getting all scared. He's like, "You may break under questioning," and he was right about that. Actually,
What was
He
it?
was.
That was the kid that would go on to be on The Sopranos imperially. What was it? In the movie, his nickname was Spike.
which guy?
The guy that he shoots in the foot and then he kills him.
Yeah.
That's the guy from The Sopranos. He went on to
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that's what, 5?
Don't shine my shoes.
Oh yes, bro.
I don't shine shoes no more.
Rewatchable, maybe not so much with the lines. But I
Dude,
love
for me,
Alien.
Tombstone. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I love Alien. Maybe not so much for the dialogue, but I just love.
Right.
I could always watch Alien, the Thing.
The Thing.
I've never seen that.
Oh my God.
You've never seen The Thing?
No. I'm sorry.
You got to see that.
All right. Where can I watch that?
Dude, let's watch that together. I'll watch that with you, bro. That movie is fucking.
Yeah, that's a really good movie.
All right.
Funny enough, I have it on DVD, but
Oh wow.
I do
Oh,
too.
relic.
I do too. It's an excellent fucking film. Okay, so you were gonna say something before you.
I was gonna
forget.
take you back to Tombstone for a second because that is definitely one of mine. Dude, when I watch that, especially when I watch it with like, the bomb or my brother-in-law or my sister or whatever, it's almost like a sing along, with the lines,
Yes.
like they're like, why Ed Bailey, I put my guns down. Yeah, we can be friends now.
could we be friends again?
Yeah, and then
Are
like
you crossed at me?
she sits on him. And she's like, "You're not wearing a bustle."
A bustle.
I'll be your
How
Huckleberry.
They're coming to me now. I know. I said there's so many. Yeah, I got
Dude,
two
when he
guns.
shoots
One for each. Oh, that's great, dude.
and come on,
Yeah.
come on.
What does he say
Oh.
at the end? He couldn't bear it or
He
something.
said,
What does
if
he
it's
say?
his hypocrisy, my hypocrisy, could it something like, oh yeah,
No, that he says that to
yes,
Wyatt Earp when he comes back.
yeah, that's you're talking about when he says
To
it
wear
to
the
Johnny
badge.
Ringo, to Johnny Ringo, yeah,
For him to wear the badge.
yes,
My hypocrisy knows no bounds or something like that.
I have not begun to defile myself.
That's a very good one.
so good. Okay, another rewatchable for me is Good Will Hunting. I could watch that movie. I freaking adore that. I love that movie.
Great movie.
Another movie
I have a
that
bias with Boston people, but yes, it's a great movie.
it's a great fucking movie.
Yeah.
I got her number. How you like them apples?
The soundtrack, I just love that. A movie that isn't a popular movie. It's not on anybody's best movie, but dude, I love Urban Cowboy.
Oh my god,
Wow.
I've never seen that.
I've never seen that either.
I love that fucking Urban Cowboy. And another one from the 80s.
Is that so bad that it's good, or
It's just, it's John Travolta, Sissy Spacek. He's an urban I really love that movie.
is it a serious movie?
Yeah.
It's like it's like a love story, kind of shit.
It brought the cowboy fashion at the time back.
Yeah, that was a big shit.
Whatever that
The
was.
honky tonks.
Yes.
The honky tonks. And another one that I could probably so where I work at, right? They put in a TV with a DVD, right?
What's
We have
playing
a-
the most on there?
Huh?
What ends up playing the most on there? That's what I was asking.
Well, when I'm there, it's music.
No, I mean, you play musical DVDs?
No, I just put on YouTube and I put music on.
Okay, I got you.
So when we first got it, we have a ton of DVDs that we sell, and I put in this movie, and it was freaking pretty fucking hard to work. Just listening to it, I wanted to stop and look at the scene.
So it's bad for productivity, is what you're talking
Yes, it is. Predator,
about. The first one?
the first one.
The original.
Get to the chopper!
That
Go!
is- Dylan, you son of a bitch!
It's so bad that it's good.
Dylan and Dutch.
Yeah.
That movie's very rewatchable, dude. The
Yeah.
whole Jesse Ventura part. It's
I gotta have an interval of like maybe 4 to 5 years, and then boom, I watch it.
But if it's on and you're passing, you'll stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe a lot of these movies fall into the category of if you see them, you're gonna watch it.
Yeah,
Wherever
we're not saying requotable.
we're saying rewatchable. That at any part, it's like, oh shit, I want to see this.
Yeah. All right. I'll throw you Scarface, dude. That one's another one that like I'll just like. We watched it not too long ago. We watched it last year at your place on Nettles Island.
That's right.
I love repeating those lines and doing the voice.
Yes.
Que macane, man. I see you in a sandwich, man. What does that guy have that I don't have? Man, look at the way he dresses, man. He's got pizzazz, you know. And then there's, you know, when he's buying the car.
Dude, what a horrible impersonation he did, dude. His
of a Cuban?
yeah.
It wasn't too good, right?
Dude, it was horrible, bro. And the thing is, the older you get it, the more you watch it, it gets worse with every year. Every time you watch it, it gets worse.
He had certain things that were good and on, but yeah, for the most part, no. Like the Mang, dude, they all said that, you know.
Yes.
Mang, you talking crazy, man. You know, like that. Probably you could hear somebody saying that. Those people's fathers that we would go to their house and they had all the Jordans and the fucking brand new Mongoose. Their dad probably like talked like that. And shit.
Yes. But other than that, it was horrible.
She's a tiger. I'm
Yeah,
gonna make
tiger,
her
man.
mine. You like kiss? You
Man, where's that yayo? Where's that yayo, man?
Chicken de yayo.
Oh my god! And they had the song that said something, yeah, yo. It was at that disco, and they were playing it in the background.
And this is the dance move right here. Everybody's doing it.
Everybody's doing the.
And it was the. Well, no, was that guy from? No, he was in Carlito's Way. That's right. That was a different.
The guy who was the Colombian, he's been in a shitload of movies. I think he died recently. The guy who was in the car, who gave him like the first deal from right after their, que macane, man.
You mean Pachanga?
No, the guy who drives up in the car is like, hey man, what you know about coke, man? And he gives them like their first job.
Because Pachanga has been in a lot of things.
Yes, but no, I'm talking about Scarface.
No. Got you.
Pachanga was in Carlito's Way too.
Well, that's where he was, Pachanga.
Yeah, right? He was not in.
Yeah, but he was in but he was in The Godfather too. I mean, not The Godfather. I'm talking about
You're going off the rails, dude. He was not in Scarface.
He was not
in Scarface.
Who was he in Scarface?
I thought he was like one of the thugs.
I thought so too.
Oh, I don't think so.
He's been in a lot, dude.
Maybe you're mistaking him for Chichon.
Maybe you're right. Maybe he was.
The thugs were like Chichi, Ernie.
The guy that they threw from the helicopter, that was F. Murray Abraham.
That's the guy in the car that I'm saying, hey, what you know about coke?
That's F. Murray Abraham. He's an Oscar winner, dude. He won a Best Supporting Oscar for Amadeus.
What you know about coke, Chico?
Yeah, that guy was a big-time actor. He did Homeland on Netflix. I mean, not on Netflix, on Showtime.
That piece of shit.
He passed away?
I never trusted him. For all I know, he had my friend killed. I think he passed away. I might be killing him before time. I don't know.
He might have. He was up there. The other one's Frank. Frank, come on. Tony. Tony.
You know what he is?
Me, Tony. Come on, man.
You know what he is, Tony? He's a hassa.
A hassa.
You know what that is, Tony?
A hassa.
It's a pig that don't fly straight.
Pig that don't fly straight. Oh, and Alberto, Sosa's henchman?
Yes.
That's the guy from Breaking Bad.
Yes.
That's Salamanca.
Yes. I said no fucking kids, man. I said no fuck you, man. I said no kids, man.
That's a young Salamanca there.
Don't fuck with me, man.
And he was still old.
Yes.
Yeah, right. Even when he was young.
Do you remember the guy, the main hitman that they sent to Tony's mansion at the end with the sunglasses? He looked like a knockoff Technor Terminator T-800. The way he
had the glasses.
Yeah. He almost had like the same outfit and shit.
Yeah. They try to make him be robotic, like a killing machine, right?
Yeah, it just seemed like a cheap knockoff. Say hello to my little friend.
And that guy who played Frank, Robert Loggia, is a very good actor
Yeah.
in a ton of movies.
He must have
He was-
passed too, right?
He's dead. He passed away. Yeah.
Yeah, he was in one of a movie that when I see it on TV, it's been overplayed a lot, but Independence Day.
He was the
He's
president.
general in it.
No, he's the general. That's right. He was
The
the
general.
warmongering guy that wanted them to attack and all this shit, right?
Right. Pulp Fiction, I watch that shit a lot too.
Yeah. That would have been one of mine, in addition to The Shawshank, The Godfathers, Goodfellas.
Pulp Fiction is all about dialogue too. You know, mostly between Vincent and Jules. A lot of the dialogue.
I think I'm a little
Absolutely.
over Pulp Fiction, but I would stop at Inglourious Bastards.
Maybe because you've seen it less.
Yeah. And I like it. I probably even
I like it. I love it.
I think I like it more than Pulp Fiction. I think Pulp Fiction, I've seen it a ton. You know what? I saw this list that came, and they had oh my god, Forrest Gump as number one most rewatchable. I think I'm over that. I think I'm over that one too, right? I don't need to see that again. I don't
I
think.
don't know how many times you can watch that.
And it's so, and you see it now, and it's like, dude, it was just so sugary, bro.
Jenny, I may not be.
It
a
was so
smart man,
It's just a formula to keep, pull at your strings.
but I do know what love
And
is.
nostalgia.
Shrimp scampi.
How about Castaway? Could you watch? That's
I'll
not one that you could watch a lot. I
It's not
don't think.
rewatchable.
You know what, dude? I have a lot in my reservoir that I'll watch with Bruno and stuff. You know, at some point I'll probably watch that with him. But like I don't see myself going back.
You know what's rewatchable about Castaway? When he gets found.
It's a great performance.
I could see from that point forward. I don't need to see him getting to the island, being on the island. I could see him being discovered, flying back to meet his ex-girlfriend, wife now. That whole ending, I'll watch again.
That's usually how the bum watches a movie. He'll fall asleep 2 hours and wake up the last 10 minutes and watch like that little part and then be like,
And then I'll say, you know what? I didn't really like this movie.
yeah. Or it was really good the 5 minutes I saw.
You know what?
But I don't, that would not fall into the rewatchable.
A
too much.
movie along those lines, The Revenant.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
That's the one
DiCaprio?
with DiCaprio. that
Oh,
nobody-
is that the one where he fights the bear? No.
Yeah.
Oh, not rewatching that one.
Yeah, exactly, right? Good movie, but I don't want to watch it again.
I had one on the tip of my tongue right now and I just forgot it. I can't fucking remember what it is.
What about you, Bob? You got any other ones?
You mentioned a lot of them, man. I threw in
got
Independence Day,
Jaws.
Jaws.
I watch that every once in a while.
And my favorite part is when he tells the story of the Indianapolis.
It's the best part. It's the best scene in the movie.
Here's to swimming with bow-legged women.
Best scene in the movie, dude. You see this right here? You see this right here?
Like they're laughing and having a good time, and he asks him about the tattoo,
Yeah, and then he breaks into that story.
and then like the tone changes and shit, and
That's
then the
a
way
great-
that guy talks.
That guy was a great actor, a legendary drunk, Irish, of course. I believe Irish. Yeah,
They worked that into the movie. Usually, most great drunks are
yeah.
good, bad, and the ugly, dude. I'll watch that every once in a while, every few years.
Oh, Outlaw Josie Wales.
Mhm.
Excellent choice. Excellent.
That's
That one
one
I
of
might
those.
have it ahead. I might have that one ahead again of the good, the bad, and the ugly, bro. Outlaw Josie Wales is fucking phenomenal.
Yes.
He's always spitting on the dog.
Yeah.
Yes.
the Indian guy that he befriends, the squaw.
What's his name?
Josie?
10
Oh, 10
10 bears.
10 bears.
10 bears. No Captain Redlegs.
Yeah.
Captain Redlegs, dude. Fucking such a good movie. Which is Dean Wormer from Animal House.
Yes, it is. Double secret probation.
Double Secret.
Wow, that's right. I never realized that's the same guy. Who's the principal from Back to the Future? Is that anybody from anything else?
From Back to the Future?
The
Yes.
principal?
He's bald headed.
The principal I remember is from Ferris Bueller.
Yes.
That was a famous principal. Uncle Buck, the old lady with the big mole on her chin.
I remember more the teacher from Bueller.
Well, yeah,
Bueller.
that guy. But the principal was always against Bueller. He was always out to get Bueller.
You know that guy wrote speeches for Richard Nixon.
Wow.
The guy that played the teacher.
The guy who did the Bueller.
Yeah.
Bueller. By the way, that's another movie I like. That one comes on a lot, and I'll watch it. Ferris Bueller's. I kind of like that one.
But not necessarily one you would sit down and put in.
No,
Right?
That's one of those 16. I mean, not the John Hughes, was it? His movies. 16 Candles. I'll rewatch.
Breakfast Club was one like that for a while,
Breakfast
but
Club
I've
was
kind
very-
of seen that already. Like too many. It always used to be on like TV. It was one of those always on.
TNT. It was always on TNT. TBS.
And before that, you would get it on like 11 or 33. One of those, they would always, and that was like, oh, we got Breakfast Club Friday night.
I like Sweet 16 Candles. I love that one.
T2, definitely.
Yes.
T1 is good too. You can watch that,
But
but they didn't have
yeah,
enough
T2.
special effects.
T2 is the takes it
T2
over.
they tied it in with the special effects and
Yeah.
took it over the top. But T1's pretty solid too. Just
Oh, it's excellent. The story's excellent.
yeah.
Yeah,
The thing about T2, I think T2 was the pinnacle of those 80s. After T2, it kind of started face that whole action film kind of stuff kind of like went downhill after that. T2
Well, that's a
was
good
zenith.
That's a good question. What's the best action movie after that?
Matrix.
and I got to tell you, you may think I'm cheesy for this, but I like all the Rockies.
Oh, definitely.
They're solid.
Some are
And
better
they're
than others.
a lot of times they're out there, and I'll watch them.
But
Yeah,
the
like
thing about-
all those I gotta watch with my kid because I'm always saying lines about them and shit. So like, I gotta watch
Dude,
them.
when Rocky movies used to come out back in the 80s, like I remember it, especially with 3 and 4, those were events, bro.
Hey yo,
I remember everybody especially for Rocky 4 against
can you do
Drago.
a Rocky impersonation?
Give me a second. What up?
All right.
Hialeah Cinema. Remember, it used to be in front of Westland.
Yes,
Dude, it was.
next to service merchandise.
Dude, that was like this.
What is there now? What is there now?
It's a Winn-Dixie. That's El Sabor.
Hi, Leah. You want to know the first two movies I ever saw there?
At Hialeah Cinema?
Grease
Wow.
and Superman.
Wow.
Wow.
With
back in this-
Christopher Reeves, of course.
I was not even a glimmer in my father's eye. I don't take it.
You know where, dude, I remember the first movie that I saw where Elisa worked with Marine, right there in
Palm
the
Springs
Palm
Smile.
Springs Mile. Dude, I saw Star Wars there. I saw
Star Wars there.
I saw
I
Star
saw The
Wars there.
Exorcist.
Oh no, I never saw that.
You know what I saw there? Just so you can see the gap. RoboCop.
Jeez, that is a god.
Yeah, but that's old as shit, dude.
Dude, I saw
87, I think.
Pete's Dragon. I saw there.
I think I saw Jaws there.
Oh my god.
No, dude, I didn't see Jaws. until we got cable. We were like one of the first people on the street on our street that had cable. And Jaws premiered. I remember it was a Sunday night. I invited my friends over, and dude, I was taking a shit watching.
I was
terrified, bro. I was behind a chair, like looking like I would get glimpses, bro. And my friends were like laughing at me and all this shit, but I was like, dude, I'm fucking terrified, bro.
I went to see it at the actual movie theater with my cousin and my sister, and I was shitting bricks.
Shitting fucking bricks.
On Jaws?
Yes.
Oh,
I remember the first two movies I
it was
ever
like
saw.
7.
Dude, I was terrified, bro. I think it was like 8 or 9. I was terrified.
I was at age 7. I remember in my house Spanish television, right? So I don't know if they were dubbed over in Spanish or subtitles, and like the big event on TV was, and the titles were in Spanish. Cara cortada, Scarface,
Yeah.
and El tiburón sangriento. That was
That
like
was Jaws?
yes, El tiburón
Yes,
sangriento.
Wow.
Yeah, and that was like their feature, like Friday night or whatever. We're gonna El tiburón sangriento.
Wow, they had to give it that longer name, because if they just would have called it Jaws, like what would that have? Like,
Quijada.
right? It wouldn't have.
What is this?
There's probably a name for animals, Jaws or something, but still, it wouldn't have sounded right.
Mandíbula.
Mandíbula.
Now, dude, when I went to Argentina the first few times, that was a trip, dude. Just hearing like their versions of the name of the movie, it was just, and a lot of times it was something totally fucking different, like that made no fucking sense. But a lot of times Cubans will just like fucking make the name into Spanish even without translating it, we'll just like, fucking
Viste.
yeah, toilet paper or
Viste.
Pampers.
I just thought of another one that I'll
Pampers, man. Where's that from? Somebody says
another one that I'll watch when it's on is Signs.
Oh, dude.
That's a great
time.
movie, man.
That's one of my favorite all-time fucking. That's in my top 10. Signs.
Yeah, that's an excellent movie.
Solid fucking movie. To me, that's better than The Sixth Sense, bro. Signs is a fucking really good movie, man.
There's not
I
that
seen
much.
it way more than Sixth Sense.
There's no rewatchability on Sixth Sense after you
because of the twist.
right.
Yeah, but Signs is solid, dude. Quítense, muchachos, quítense. Swing away, Merle, swing away.
Yes.
Really, when he goes into the recruiter's office, oh my god, it's fucking hilarious.
I will watch
with
every
that
year.
guy.
Yeah,
Where's that guy from?
I don't know, but he was fantastic in that.
He's familiar from something, man.
That guy was
Ooh.
fantastic.
What movie are we talking about again?
Signs,
Okay.
dude. That might be in my top 5, dude. That movie.
Wow, you should have 10 girls licking your toes.
Yes.
Aren't you a big star?
Ooh, yeah, but did you hit 49 home runs that year?
And then that other bum in there says, yeah, but what you don't know is that he also owns the strikeout record.
Dude, so good, bro. That movie's excellent, dude.
Very good.
Very good.
It's got a heck of a message too about the whole faith, and it's really good.
Yeah, it's really freaking good. Really, really good. Scary, has suspense, really good.
Yes.
I love Office Space, dude. That one I'll watch fucking a million times.
That's very rewatchable.
For the comedy world, dude, that one. That and Friday I've probably seen.
But dude, Office Space is spot on so many things. My God.
Yes.
I love the way it starts, dude, with the white guys in the car listening to rap music, and then some gangster shit, and then the guy's asking for money, and he's like, he lowers the volume, puts up the window, and then when he passes by, he's like,
It's good to be a gangster. It's good to be a gangster.
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster. What is that? The one they play when they fuck up the copy machine, the fax machine,
Dude,
or the copy machine?
That I don't remember, but I think it probably is, bro. But when they fucking fuck up that copy machine, it's fucking classic, bro.
They take out all their anger. PC load letter. Why the fuck does this keep saying? Why does it fucking say PC load letter? And then when the Bobs come in, and they bring in
yeah, about that weekend. I'm gonna need you to.
Oh, that's Lumberg. That's Lumberg.
Yeah.
Lumberg.
I think I've seen.
Face.
I think I've seen every aspect
Like
of
a
what
record.
occurred in there, like at a job, right?
Yeah, you experience all that shit, dude, at any office. Dude. There's always that corporate account payables, need speaking. Corporate accounts payable, need speaking. How can I help you? There's always that like perky fucking.
What is it? What is it? The flare. The flare.
Oh
Yes.
my god!
Do you want it? And I experienced that too at restaurants. You know, do you want to do just the bare minimum? You know, I got my 10 pieces of flair. You know, and then there's always that guy, like the little guy. Welcome to Chotsky's. How can I? You know, there's always the fucking hyper guy. You know, that's all happy and shit. And there's always like a Lumberg
Yes.
boss. It's
There's always a Milton. There's always a Milton.
yes.
There's always the Jennifer Aniston role of perky, cute girl, but she's cool. But you don't know how cool.
The
got-
neighbor
The stoner, the neighbor, the stoner.
Yes.
Hey, put channel 17 or whatever. And it's like the boob exam that you're doing on the TV.
And then there's a foreigner, the Indian guy. There's always a foreigner.
Yes. Samir, not going to work here anymore. The Bobs was good, dude. When they bring in the Bobs and they bring in that guy and he's like, so what do you do? And he's like, well, blah, 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 blah. It's like, oh,
Work with the customers.
send faxes. Do you actually send the faxes yourself? Well, my secretary does. And he's like, well, what would you say you do here? And he's like, what's wrong with you people? Everybody, like, for a funny movie, really good acting.
Excellent.
I will say I've been in companies that do those, that bring in the Bobs and do the efficiency reviews and the productivity, checking and all this other crap.
Yeah, I mean, it's everything in that movie is fucking real. Based, somebody there had to work in an office for sure.
Oh, definitely. They did the research and definitely.
Yeah,
And
that's Mike Judge, the guy who did Beavis and Butthead.
yes.
And for whatever reason, companies do make a big deal about Casual Friday. Like if it's like something really big.
What are we, kids, bro? Yeah. Set the building on fire.
It's Hawaiian Shirt Day.
They said I could use the red swing line stapler. They said we could keep it. We switched over to the what's the other brand? They changed the staplers on him, but he liked the swing line.
Swing line.
I have a red swing line. Yeah, Office Space is a good one if you haven't seen that one. What else? What else are you watching anytime it comes on the tube? You know what I like to watch every once in a while? Fucking.
Fucking. I like to watch fucking every once in a while.
Yeah, I think everybody does. The one with Will Smith in it, and the virus, and the zombie people.
Oh, I Am Legend.
Oh yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
The one I like from him is it Switch? Where he plays Hitch. That's it. I like Hitch.
Never seen that one. What's
That
that
was-
about?
He's like a kind of like a matchmaker,
Okay.
and he's like a famous matchmaker. And then the movie, he's helping this guy trying to get this socialite. And then he himself is, I think, with this fine ass chick, dude. What's her name? He's trying to get a relationship, anything. And anyway, it comes out that he's Hitch, and it's really good. I enjoy it.
No Country for Old Men's another one that I will
immediately stop and delve into it, no matter where it is.
I haven't seen that enough. But
They were
yeah, I
playing
do
it
like
yesterday, and I stopped on it. You remember his name? It's a great name for a character. For Brolin.
Brolin's
What's his
name?
name?
His name in the movie is Llewellyn.
Yes. Yeah.
Llewellyn?
Yeah.
Llewellyn.
I don't remember that. I remember the bad guy, Anton
Yeah.
Chagrin, or
Do they call him the cow puncher?
I don't know if they call him that.
He uses that device, right?
Yeah.
a cattle prod, right?
Yeah.
But Llewellyn, I thought that was good. It was a cool name.
I saw Training Day the other day again. You guys
Oh,
like that one?
That movie's hard to do. The scene where they put him in the freaking bathtub when he leaves him.
Yeah.
That scene is tough, dude.
And then he just happens to get out of it because he has the ID from the girl,
Yeah.
and that ends up that's a little far fetched.
It's super far fetched, but it was still a great scene.
Yeah, you get scared that they're gonna fucking kill him, and that's exactly what they were
It's a
gonna do.
scary situation, right?
Yeah, those cholos were about to fucking unload on him. The one, the little
shit in, man. Push your shit in.
that guy's over the fucking top, dude. That guy.
I'm gonna boil your shit in.
I think he also is in Breaking Bad, right?
Yes.
And in the same role, it's like the same guy.
Yes. Yeah, he was with Salamanca right before Salamanca came, I think.
Was that, what was it? Taco?
Taco.
Wasn't he like family? And he was
Yes.
there in the
He
house.
was part of the Salamancas.
Yeah, and he's the same character, like kind of crazy, underworld.
You gotta see his neck.
You do that pretty good, dude. Over the top. That's exactly how he does it. He overacted, but he got another role off of it. I'm sure he's had many, but
It was good. He was good. He was in Patriot games. He's been in
Really?
a lot more things than you know. Than you know.
You think he gets typecasted?
A tad.
top typecasted actors of all time.
Sylvester Stallone.
Machete. Machete's like always Machete. He's always that guy.
Jaws from the James Bond movie.
But
I
how
think
many
he was-
times has he been Jaws?
I think he was Jaws several times.
But I mean, like they always play a different version of the same.
The same character.
Yeah, like I mean, you could even say Clint Eastwood, dude, to some
Yes.
extent.
Oh, yeah.
Arnold.
Yeah.
Al Pacino.
De Niro for a time, right?
De Niro.
Yeah.
Harvey Keitel always has.
But
the same
dude,
character.
Joe Pesci is always the same guy.
Pesci. Pesci is almost like the exact same guy. And it doesn't matter what the movie is, but it's that guy.
Yes.
Hey,
I would have to say he's the worst. Yeah.
he's a lawyer. He's a gangster lawyer.
Yes. Yes.
He might be the champ.
Yes. I would have to say.
I'm sure there's others.
Probably his most different probably would have been when he was in Lethal Weapon.
But he was a criminal.
Was he a gangster?
He was a criminal. He was,
But
a
he
criminal.
wasn't an Italian guy.
It's like another version, like a variation
Yeah.
of
He was
what
more of a nutty guy.
You know what role he did? Although he was playing a gangster, he played him totally different at the end of Bronx Tale. That he's taking over for Sonny that got murdered, and he comes up and he talks to C, but he's very subdued and he is a gangster, but it's not the same over the top gangster.
Right.
Maybe I remember that one.
Yeah, because like what he plays in Casino
To Godfather,
and
to Goodfellas.
and Goodfellas, it's almost it feels like he's in a sequel.
Yes.
I found a list of the most typecast actors. I was looking for a woman. They have one here on the list. Angelina Jolie, and the type is, they call it a tough sex pot.
Yeah.
A tough sex pot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that means like a tough, sexy chick.
You know who's somebody? Sean Connery.
60 seconds.
Pork chops and applesauce.
Liam Nielsen.
Howard Green.
No, he's played different characters. Who's the list? Who's on the list?
He's probably a lot of like, I will find you and I will kill you. He's probably
Seems that way, but he's also done other ones.
yes.
You know
A couple
who's
of love
done-
movies in there. Love
You know
Action.
you know who's done lots of different roles, but it seems like the same one? Kevin Costner.
Yes. A lot of athletic roles. We've talked about this before.
Yes. Maybe that's why they feel like they're the same.
But his
Kevin
character is always a very serious, reserved.
Yes.
Bland.
Bland,
Yeah.
vanilla, righteous. They're always on the
True
moral.
to his values,
Yes.
and he's an oak, and he's They have Hugh
Yes.
Grant here, and they say the type is the spluttering English gent.
That's kind of true.
Mhm.
Oh my god, this one's funny. Alec Baldwin, the snarling asshole. That's what they call the type. And they have the picture from Glengarry Glen Ross. Michael Cera, the awkward indie geek. Samuel Jackson, the badass motherfucker. Now, I disagree with this next one. Gary Oldman, and they say the sadistic nutcase. But that guy's
Oh no, I don't. I disagree with that. That guy is. I don't know how many times I've seen him. I've seen a movie, and I say, "Was that Gary? That's Gary Oldman." It doesn't even look like him.
Dude, he's Commissioner Gordon. He's remember him in Hannibal Lecter in one of those movies?
Oh my
Yes.
God, he was Voorhees, the guy that got his face eaten up.
Yes.
Yes. It was a
True
Voorhees.
Romance.
It wasn't. It might not have been Voorhees, but it was something along those lines. Voorhees is
He's like all disfigured, right? In the
yeah, because he got his face eaten up by boars.
In True Romance, the
Drexel.
kind of dread
Drexel.
guy,
Drexel.
the Order of the
on.
Dracul.
the Order of the Dracul.
Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Drexel.
How about Winston Churchill?
That I haven't seen. Should I watch that?
And he was good.
Yes.
Yes, watch it. He also was Sid Vicious in Sid and
Wow.
Nancy. He was in Sid and Nancy. That was like one of his first roles. He was fucking amazing.
He's rarely just ever like himself. He's always heavily into
A little
makeup.
bit like Johnny Depp, but I think Oldman's a better actor. But
I think they had Samuel Jackson on here. He's also, yes, he plays a lot of like a strong character, but his appearance is always very very different.
because Johnny Depp likes to put on makeup and costumes. And
The
Yes.
thing about Ullman, you said the part
A
that he
great
gets caught.
actor.
I think he's only done really one like that, and that was The Professional, where I would think he's the sadistic cop and all this shit.
Jesus,
I mean,
is he,
Drexel's definitely a nutcase.
Yeah,
is he
but
Lee, is he Lee Harvey Oswald in JFK?
JFK,
Maybe.
he is.
Jesus.
No, wait, is he?
He might be.
Yes, he is. I think there was two different actors for Lee Harvey Oswald
Yes.
Why
in that
was there
movie.
two?
I don't know, but it was Altman, and then it was the kid from that he did a couple of movies in the 80s that were like kind of the teen movies. I forget that guy's name, or I forget the movie. Maybe A Sure Thing. It's the one where they're listening to Space Age Love Song by Flock of Seagulls and they're in the Target roller skate.
Great song.
And it's
All
with
right.
this chick that's freaking gorgeous that plays oh dude, that she was in the Hulk. She played in one of the first Hulk movies.
With Eric Bana.
Dude, that she's beautiful, bro. I forget her name.
Or Ed Norton.
With Ed Norton. No,
Okay.
was it Ed Norton?
Or
It was
Eric
either Ed
Bana.
Norton or Bana.
Or Bana. It was one of those two.
Well, and we're missing so many that old one's been in.
Oh, Jennifer Connelly?
Yes. And the movie that guy plays, the other guy that plays Oswald is in the movie where they're in the skating in Target and made Target before they were national and made them big. It's that
Jim
actor.
Carrey is another one on this list. The zany
That JFK
goofball.
had a lot of actors, man.
Ton. Pesci. It had Pesci.
Yes. As a gay guy.
Yes.
A gay militant communist fighter.
What was his name?
Something with an F. Fairy.
Fairy.
They're just fucking with us, right? When they do that shit.
Fairy.
Wasn't it Fairy?
The simulators are fucking with us when they drop that in.
It was Fairy, and then what's the other dude? The guy from The Fugitive.
You remember the guy that they
And from Old Country.
Yes, the guy that plays the sheriff. What's that guy's name?
Tommy Lee Jones.
Tommy Lee Jones.
He seems to play a similar guy a lot of times too.
Yeah.
Like in Men in Black, you know, he's a like law enforcement guy, and then sheriff.
Kevin
Siri.
Bacon.
Oh, he seems
He's
like
alive.
he played the same character.
He's always Kevin Bacon.
No, but I'm saying he was in that movie too. Man,
Oh,
this
I'm
thing
sorry.
has a
Oh
ton.
yeah, JFK definitely.
Okay,
John Candy, Walter Matthau, Jack
Jim-
Lemmon.
Jack Lemmon,
Jim Carrey, zany goofball. That one's pretty good, right?
Costner.
Yep.
Who else they got on here?
Great fucking movie, dude. That movie's rewatchable,
Long as hell.
but it's rewatchable. That's an excellent fucking movie.
Yeah.
Seth Rogen, the lovable schlub.
That thing had Ed Asner.
Yes. He
Donald,
plays
Donald Sutherland.
yes. Yeah, he's the big operative. He's the operative. Ed Asner plays the guy that shoots Oswald. That's his character.
They have Charlie Sheen on here, the smug smartass. He did seem to do a lot like that.
Well, he also played the intense psycho too.
Where?
Well, I think that's how he became famous, where he either got Wall Street or Platoon. Remember the end of Ferris Bueller's Day Off when she is in the police station
Yeah.
and
yeah.
Charlie Sheen is sitting there.
Yeah.
That's kind of, I think, his coming out.
Yeah, I think that's his first role. He was like the greaser, the Fonzie kind of guy, the
Yes.
cool guy.
Speaking of which, was he in Outsiders?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Or Rumblefish. No, The Outsiders.
I don't
That
think he was
cat-
an Outsiders. I don't think he was an Outsider.
He was
maybe
in
it was-
Outsiders.
If he was in
Maybe
the
it was
Outsiders, it
Rumblefish.
was a
Who was in the Outsiders? Was Tom Cruise in the Outsiders?
yes. Name him, and we'll tell you.
Patrick Swayze,
Yes,
Matt Dillon,
yes,
Yes.
um,
Ralph Macchio?
yes. C. Thomas Howard, yes.
C. Thomas Howell.
I'm gonna have to look it up at this point.
Emilio Estevez, yes. Rob Lowe.
Wow, whatever happened to that?
Rob Lowe?
Rob Lowe was in it. He was Soda Pop. His name was Soda. Okay, let's see how many I could name. It was Pony Boy. It was Dally. Which is
Hey,
Dallas.
dude, in high school, anytime anybody had a ponytail, we called him Pony Boy.
That was C. Thomas Howard.
Even though Pony Boy in the movie, I don't think had a ponytail, but
It was Soda Pop. Stay golden. Stay gold.
I think that is Ralph Macchio, dude.
It is Ralph Macchio.
Yeah.
I forget what was his character's name. I don't remember.
Johnny Cade.
Johnny.
C. Thomas Howell was Ponyboy Curtis. Matt Dillon was Daily.
Oh
Winston.
my God, Diane Lane,
Yes.
Leif Garrett,
So who was it that I said in the beginning? He was not in this. Who was it that I said?
Charlie Sheen.
No, not in this. But his brother was.
His brother was,
Yeah. Tom Waits.
Yes, he's a singer.
He was in this movie.
Yeah, I don't remember his part though.
Buck Merrill. I don't remember him.
Speaking of Diane Lane, how about Streets of Fire?
Ooh, with Michael Pear.
You remember that?
Yeah,
Bro,
it was like a
what a-
futuristic. They had the cars and it was like gangs.
Yes.
Dude, hold on. What a cast on this. Even Nicolas Cage, Flea, and Melanie Griffith have unaccredited cameos
Yes.
in this
Who
movie.
else was it? Dennis Quaid.
Nicolas Cage, Flea, and Melanie Griffith.
Wow.
It's a Francis Ford Coppola special.
And look at the people that auditioned. Mickey Rourke, Scott Bale, Dennis Quaid.
Wow.
It was
Yeah,
a who's who.
Mickey Rourke then made the Rumblefish, and Matt Dillon was in that too.
Hey, obviously Scott Bale was going to do the role that Ralph Macchio was going to do. They're like the same person, right? Pretty much.
Just about.
Yeah. You know who was good in this movie? I mean, fucking great, dude. Very under. Matt Dillon is fucking a really good actor. He's had some really good roles.
I work with retards.
He sort of plays a lot of that.
Smart ass.
In Platoon, he kind of played that. Platoon has a very excellent cast too.
Well,
Sheen.
Platoon was his brother. It wasn't him. It was Kevin Dillon.
Kevin Dillon. You're
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't remember him in that.
You're right. You're right.
So who they got there? You got Johnny Depp, Charlie Sheen, Tom Berenger.
They had the singer from this fucking rock band,
They had Forrest Whitaker.
Forrest Whitaker, Cult of Personality. You know that was that Cult of Personality.
Yes.
The lead singer from that band was in the movie.
Who's the fucking Green Goblin was in it, dude?
William Dafoe.
He
William
plays
Dafoe.
and
That guy's
and
excellent, man.
And Berenger.
Yes,
Yes.
I mentioned him.
I
The
mean,
guy that was one of the Bobs in Office Space, McGilly.
Oh, look at that.
I know Defoe plays Elias.
Yes,
Oh.
Elias.
It's Elias and Barnes.
There's another guy who was in
Hialeah, the guy from The Thing that survives with. I shouldn't say that because Red.
Yes, yes, definitely.
how about
yes.
the guy who fights with Roddy Piper in
That's the same guy. That's the same guy. That's the same guy we're talking about.
Okay.
He's
okay.
got two names, David Craig David, something like that.
Keith
Yeah,
David.
that guy.
Keith David.
Keith David.
Pretty good fucking cast.
Yeah.
All right. They got Will Ferrell here typecast as the buffoon.
Wow, Tony Todd was in there.
Will Ferrell. Really?
Yeah, he was not in Platoon. These are. I went back to the list of typecast actors.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, fuck, he was.
No. Morgan Freeman, the old wise sage.
Yes.
He always seems to be like somebody you'd go to for advice in a movie, right?
Yes. Yes.
Like, hey man, what do we do? Well, you know.
He kind
Or
of
he gives-
took over for Bill Cosby.
Well, I don't think he was fucking raping women after giving them.
No,
roofies.
but I mean, he kind of took the role of that Bill Cosby, I think, had. I think he had that, not as much as Morgan Freeman, but I think he had that role for a time.
What are some of his? He's got a lot of top movies too. Obviously, Shawshank,
Driving Miss Daisy,
Seven,
Kiss the Girls, Along Came a Spider, $1 Million Baby, Batman.
Unforgiven.
The Bucket List is a pretty cool movie.
Unforgiven. Bucket List is good. Didn't he play? Oh my God. Oh, didn't he play God with the
Yes. Yes.
Let's see who else we got on this
Wow,
list.
whatever happened to Tom Berenger?
Whatever happened to this chick, Cameron Diaz? They have her as the sweet, funny babe here. She kind of fell off, right?
Yeah.
Jennifer-
You remember the Electric Company?
Oh my God, with Morgan Freeman. I remember I would always be watching the Electric Company for the Spider-Man because they would do Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. And he was Dracula a lot of times.
Yes, he was great. That's where he got started.
Yes.
Super young, super skinny.
Yep.
What is that, a sketch show?
Yes. It was kind of like a Sesame Street, maybe for a
Yes.
little bit older crowd.
Exactly.
So, like, before you watched Saturday Night Live, you were watching the Electric Company?
No,
I think so.
I think there was even a bigger jump to Saturday Night Live.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. For
Okay.
sure.
They got Jennifer Aniston as the hopeless romantic.
She's great, dude. She's actually a very good actress.
But she always
She's
seems
so
to be
pleasant. So
same
pleasant
person.
to look at.
Yeah. Yeah, same, definitely same character.
Yeah. Elijah Wood, the earnest nerd.
Oh, somebody that's typecasted. How could we forget? Isn't it The Rock?
Yes. He's the modern day like Arnold and shit.
Yeah,
You know, I like The Rock as, I think I've said this before. I like him as he's like, seems super cool, but man, I think his movies suck.
I'm not a fan of his movies.
Yeah.
Especially when they got more like kid oriented.
They
Yeah,
make money, though.
Oh no,
yeah.
they make a ton of money. I can't pick a movie that oh man, The Rock, it's great.
What is the best Rock movie?
I'm gonna tell you what the best scene for me for The Rock is. It's the one that he's the bodyguard and he has to protect this guy. And he goes into this club and it's all football players. And he's got to get the ring from one of the quarterback.
Is this Any Given Sunday or something?
No, it's I forget what it's called. It's a movie. It has Sean Astin Green or some shit like that. And it has Christopher Walken in it that plays the main bad guy.
He's kind of a typecast guy too.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
But for me, that's probably my favorite Rock movie.
I don't know if I have one, dude.
Yeah, I can't say I have one. I think he's super cool and he looks like a guy that, you know, would be really stand up to kind of hang out with. But outside of that, his movies suck.
Do you think that guy could run for president?
After Trump, right? Anything is possible, right?
Not now. I don't. Maybe when he gets older. But
I don't think
he's like 50 now. It's not like he's a young guy.
All right, they got Drew Barrymore as the wholesome girl next door. She did a lot of those Wedding Singer, Never Been Kissed, 50 First Dates, all that shit.
How about Adam Sandler?
Yes, he's always like the funny, goofy. Although I want to see Uncut Gems. They said that was a great performance.
I saw that. It's okay.
It's okay, right? It's not what they make it out to be. I didn't think it was. It was okay. I don't want to watch it again. I won't watch it.
No.
What I heard about that movie was just more like he did a great acting performance. He showed some range. He stepped out of. I'm saying this without having seen the movie.
That's the thing. He did something that he normally doesn't do. I think that's the novelty of it.
But I don't think it was that good. It wasn't like.
But I wouldn't say
watch this.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I need to watch that movie again, or I'm gonna watch that with you, go.
Or you don't even need me to watch it.
Yes.
No. Okay. Cary Grant, the charming smoothie.
Cary Grant.
This guy came up last show when we were talking about what were we talking about? I don't know. We were talking about like leading men, the lineage from like Humphrey Bogart onto like other guys. I don't even know who this is. Joan Allen, the Ice Queen. Born Supremacy, The Upside of Anger, Pleasantville, The Bourne Ultimatum.
I'll tell you, going back to those leading men, man, all of those guys died like pretty young, man.
Living fast, dying young, leaving a good-looking corpse.
Pretty much.
So what I was thinking about the other day, because I think at my job we sold one of his car models, Steve McQueen, dude.
Well, yeah, he was in that. We put him in that, like, at some point after Bogart, it was him.
Yeah. What a badass.
I don't know who else.
That guy is, they call that guy Mr. Cool.
Yeah.
That guy was like at another level.
Yeah.
Clint Eastwood.
Even more than him.
Yeah.
James Dean-ish. He's very James Dean-ish.
But James Dean was like a short.
Very short.
Yeah.
But that's all. He was always cool. And he died young. I think he was 24.
There's a thing when you die young, too, like, you never get to become a bum. You know what I mean? Like, you know,
there's no decline.
Yeah.
You don't get to become Fat Elvis.
And even Elvis, you know, still everybody looks back fondly on him, and he did become fat, you know, drunk, whatever, Elvis. But think of people who now are kind of lame, who at one point, if they would have died when they were 30, like, you know, what a legend. It sometimes it makes you bigger than what you end up being. I think of like Biggie sometimes. I'm like, I wonder if Biggie would be like,
yeah, definitely.
You know, if it would, what would he be today? You know what I mean? What would Kurt Cobain and Nirvana have been like? You know, oh man, they're doing weird shit now. You know what I mean? Like, they're always gonna be the fucking grunge, fucking, you know, era, fucking best people that, you know, they never got to become lame.
No. You could look at this guy, Jim Morrison, the same thing, never got lame.
What is that, a picture, bro?
It's a coaster.
Oh, okay, that's cool. That's his mugshot from Miami?
Yeah, from when he got arrested here in Miami.
That's so cool. September 20, 1970. You never see him looking like that, too. That was not like a look he had often, right?
No, that was towards the end, because I think he did get a little fat towards the end, and he was starting before he died.
I don't remember, like, the beard a lot.
Oh, wow. Did you ever see The Doors by Oliver Stone with...
Excellent, dude. Val Kilmer.
Val Kilmer, man.
I was watching something on... I don't even remember where I was watching it. But they were talking about Elvis, right? And dude, I was watching a stand-up. That's where I saw it. I was watching Bill Burr, and he does a bit. And dude, Elvis made all the mistakes. His life was just a movie, and he made all these mistakes, and he was the first one to make all these mistakes, bro. Like, get the bad manager that, you know, milks him out of the money. You know, he does the stupid movies. Nobody had done the stupid movies, you know, like him. Then he gains weight. He doesn't gain weight. He comes back. He gets fat. He does the drugs. He gets the jumpsuits. He goes through all these different kind of personas. And now it's almost, he wrote, his life was the textbook. And then he dies on a toilet, right? All by himself. It's like, dude, he did all the mistakes. It seems like everything happened to him. He died young. 42 is very young.
Yeah.
You know?
Hey, I took off my headset. If the sound is fucked up, let me know. I'll put them back on.
Yeah.
I do like my Elvis, though.
Me too.
But dude, imagine that guy's life like that. Besides maybe like the Beatles, and like Michael Jackson.
I was just gonna say, I always look at Elvis, the Beatles, and Michael Jackson as a level of fame that not too many people. Well, it fucked them up.
Yeah, well, you know, that's where I was going. It's like that guy couldn't do anything like a normal person.
No.
He could not go eat anywhere. He could not walk down the street. He could, everything was like wherever he went, it was like the biggest thing happening. Like sometimes it's easy for fucking people that have what is it? Anonymity.
Anonymity.
But we probably take that for granted, like those people probably
crave it.
It's probably the only thing that we have over those people that they probably, unless they disguise themselves or something, they can never have. And that must be weird especially if you didn't have it at one point, The Michael Jackson probably always had it in some form or fashion, right?
From an super early age, yeah.
Yeah. And how fucked up did Elvis and Jackson get that they got into this whole pattern of, waking up with drugs, going to sleep with drugs, and Jackson to the point where he had to be anesthetized to go to sleep. That's fucked up.
There's been a couple that have been close. I would put Prince, also burnt out, and Whitney Houston.
Yep.
She's like to me, she's like the female version. And
Yep.
You were saying about the anonymity. Do you guys remember when Michael Jackson went to Aventura Mall?
No.
You don't remember that, Bum? He showed up at Aventura Mall once, and it was like
pandemonium.
Oh my God. It was on all the news. Everybody was just fucking going bonkers. It's just the mall came to a standstill. It was fucking Michael Jackson there.
Just randomly he went?
Yes, just randomly.
I think of Michael Jordan also because of his stature. I'm talking about physically his stature, his size. That guy probably couldn't and can't go anywhere.
Maybe a LeBron.
Without being mobbed.
Yeah. And it's not just that they got a disguise. It's like, how the fuck do you disguise 6'6", 6'9", dude?
Yeah, you're not gonna chop off your legs.
Yeah.
Muhammad Ali probably.
Oh, definitely.
Had that shit too.
Definitely, bro.
Okay, back to the list. Vince Vaughn, they have him as the fast-talking wise ass. He hasn't done a lot lately, though, right?
He's
on Curb Your Enthusiasm. Yeah.
What's that?
He's on Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Okay. You know what movie I love him in, dude? It's Jon Favreau acts in this movie, and I can't remember the fucking name now, dude.
Oh,
they're like buddies, and it's like a night out.
It's
my little baby's all grows up. He's all grows up, and he jumps on the fucking.
It's a one word.
Table. Huh?
It's a one word name, and it's like it's who they are. It's not the losers. It's
Swingers.
Swingers. That's it.
And he jumps on the fucking table, and people are looking at him. He's like, fuck you. I don't even want to eat the fucking food.
Swingers.
Who else we got?
I really liked him in Wedding.
Dude, I don't know who this guy is. Donald Pleasance, the creepy villain.
Yeah, dude, he's the doctor from Michael Myers, the guy that goes after Michael Myers. He was in Escape from New York. Halloween. He was in Escape from New York. That's another guy that got typecast, Lee Van Cleef.
Yes. Also died young, relatively young.
I mean, he was up there a little bit in Escape from New York. He was already kind of older.
John Wayne.
For sure. Lee Van Cleef was like missing a finger, right?
But was Lee Van Cleef older than Clint Eastwood?
Yes.
Yeah.
He was?
Yeah. For sure.
By a lot?
Maybe 10 years. If I remember the story right, his Good, Bad, and the Ugly and Fistful of Dollars, I don't remember. He appeared in 2 or 3. It was kind of like a comeback thing for him. He had already kind of been a little bit, left behind, and then like he kind of came back with that. If I'm remembering that correctly.
I think you're on point.
All right, I lost my place in the list.
A lot of tough guys in that time.
Bronson.
Marvin.
Charles
Bronson.
The Vigilante.
Fucking Chuck Norris, bro.
Chuck Norris.
Always the same guy, right?
Bruce Lee. Always the
Robert
same.
Always. Here's one. Tom Cruise. cocky hero.
Yep. Even when he's not even a fighter or anything, like he's just a normal guy, and he's still a badass, cocky. He's never been humble in any of his movies.
No.
Christopher Lloyd, the lovable madcap loon.
He's always the guy from Taxi.
Yes.
Jim.
To me, he's always fucking
Doc Brown.
Yeah, it's a paradox, Marty. Heath Ledger, the hunky leading man. I don't know about that, dude. The Joker, he was completely different. Oh, this chick is definitely, we talked about her before, always the same version. Michelle Rodriguez, the badass chick.
Yes.
Fast and the Furious. She's she from like all those Machete movies and shit. Even in Lost, she was like the same character. Is that it? I think that's the list. They don't have Joe Pesci. This list sucks.
I would think he's number one.
He's not on here, so this list is inadmissible in a court of law or on the show, even though we just admitted it. They're redoing Snow White.
What'd you call me?
They're redoing Snow White.
And is that is that the picture you sent me or sent us of Dinklage?
Yes. He's
Well,
pissed off that they're redoing it. Peter Dinklage.
Are they doing CGI little people and that's why he's offended, or?
I don't know, but he was on like some podcast and he said, well, I'll give you his quote. Literally, no offense to anyone, but I was a little taken aback when they were very proud to cast the Latina actress as Snow White. But you're still telling the story of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Take a step back and look what you're doing there. It makes no sense to me. You're progressive in one way, but then you're still making that fucking backward story about seven dwarfs living in a cave together. What the fuck are you doing, man? Have I done nothing to advance the cause from my soapbox? I guess I'm not loud enough. If you tell a story of Snow White with the most fucked up progressive spin on it, let's do it. All in. So while the actor only alluded his issues with the film, it likely has to do with the portrayal of dwarfism. But, dude, he was in that movie Elf, and he plays like a little guy that gets confused by the elf as being a dwarf. Remember this in Elf? Which I love that movie around Christmas time, by the way. He played into that whole thing, you know. So
Yeah.
Are you really that pissed off, or are you just trying to be a little bit woke on the issue? Tyrion Lannister.
Tyrion Lannister.
Did you hear about the Havana syndrome? I think we may have talked about it in person, maybe.
We did talk about it.
At the funeral.
I thought we talked about it before, but okay.
Yeah, they came back and said that thing is not something that a foreign power caused. That may have been something more natural. Whatever it is, it's fucking weird, dude, because there was 24 diplomats that were diagnosed with brain damage that ranged from mild to like severe fucking problems.
Yeah.
You think they say that?
Think they're covering something up?
Whatever it is fucking weird, dude.
Well, just that there could be something like that can screw you up is kind of scary, right? Some ultrasonic sound or frequency that you can't see or anything, but
It doesn't seem too far-fetched.
nothing does anymore.
No. I mean, dude, think of all the shit that's flying around right now with fucking phones and fucking radio waves and fucking microwaves and fuck all this fucking shit, dude. We have this fucking battery to our fucking. I rarely do this. Do you do this? I'm mostly like on speaker.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I hate doing speaker.
You hate speaker?
I hate doing speaker. Usually the people can't hear you. It brings in the background noise. It's just like
I've gotten more into using the speaker, but yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I do come across those issues, but if I have a clear connection, I almost prefer speaker.
But you don't hardly ever have a clear connection.
No. Football note, real quick. Vrabel was named Coach of the Year.
Good.
Officially.
Good. He was my pick.
Yeah, I don't have no quarrel with that.
yeah, you got that. That made sense.
Just wrapping it up here. Anything I have in the final notes? I saw this somewhere, and I'm not familiar with this graphic novel at all. From the
Mouse.
Huh?
Mouse.
Yes, sir. Tennessee school. Well, this ties into Mark Vrabel. Tennessee has nothing to do with him. They banned that book.
Which book?
Mouse.
Mouse.
Anybody familiar with this? It's about the Holocaust. That's all I know because there's.
Yeah, I read it.
Oh, you read it? When did you
I
read
used to
it?
have a copy. I don't know what happened to it.
How old is this thing?
I think it was from the 80s, like 87, something like that. It might have been a little later. And it's a story about the Holocaust, and it's told through the eyes of the Jews are mice, and the cats are, the Nazis and all that.
So it's like an analogy type of thing.
Yeah.
Never read it.
And what do you think?
Dude, it won the Pulitzer. It won a ton of freaking awards. It's like one of the most celebrated graphic novels.
But what do you think about them banning it?
It's fucking bullshit. There's nothing in there. It's just basically retelling history from a different view.
I wonder if they banned the Diary of Anne Frank.
I don't know. They're basing it. I think they were basing it on a little nude part of I think they show a woman naked, and it's all black and white. It's not like it's the greatest art, where it's not, it's not complicated art. There's not too much to it.
I mean, even did you guys ever read the Diary of Anne Frank?
I have never.
I did.
You did, Bum, in school?
Yeah, I had to do a report on it if I remember clearly.
I've never actually read it, but I've read about it. I understand that there's a part in that, she wanted to be a writer and all that, and her dad, when they found the diary later, since that was one of her, real wishes to be a journalist, decided to publish it, even though she talked about, problems with the relationship with the mom and all the issues they had, living there together. But there's even a part where she kind of, because she's like a 15-year-old girl when she dies, maybe 14. And there's a part where she even like explores, herself a little bit in it. Did they leave that in the version of the book that you read?
Man, I don't remember that.
Okay, maybe that was.
I would have thought I would have too.
When I read it, they said not all versions that were published, included those parts. Maybe those parts were censored.
Because I read that through school, and it was like a book report thing. So I'm pretty sure I would have remembered any self-exploratory activity.
The reason that I brought that up is maybe they could have just fucking censored that page or that part of the book if that was the real issue instead of the whole fucking book. Because at the end of the day, it's even though this book is not a historical book, hers probably is more. It's still like a story that probably just needs to be told. It's like, why shield, people from that?
Yeah.
I read a little bit about that recently when, we talked about, I don't think we did it on the air, about Kennedy's speech in
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
And that was the thing that came out most when he talked about her. Jesus Christ, dude. The shit that they went through, man.
Oh man, terrible. I saw a 60 Minutes, I think a week ago, 2 weeks ago, where they dug up the investigation of who sold the family out.
Right. There was like a whistleblower or snitch or whatever.
So they brought in like a guy who was a former FBI and counterintelligence detective, this, along with the what is it? That's in Amsterdam. So the Amsterdam police, and they basically, it was a cold case, right? So they went back and did all the research, forensics, and they named a guy who they felt that was very likely the
Let me
one
ask-
that
let me
gave him
guess.
up.
Let me guess. Was it a worker in the building?
It was somebody. It was a friend of theirs who was also Jewish, and I forgot. He may have been a worker. I forgot his exact title, but he was part of like a Jewish council that they initially set up during that time of early occupation. The Nazis actually set it up, and they think that during that time there were a lot of Jews that were pressured to give up other Jews, and a lot of them did, or some of them did, to avoid like being sent to concentration camps.
Right. So sort of like I'll do this, like an informant type of
Yeah, basically.
situation.
Yeah. I mean, it was life and death, and if you knew that if you didn't cooperate, maybe you and your family would be sent to death versus some other people. I guess that was palatable to certain people to do that.
It's like over 2 years they were hiding there, right?
Yes.
Imagine how hard that must have been, not just for them, for the people hiding them, and like you got to be bringing them in food. I don't know if they had a bathroom in there even.
I believe they did.
Okay,
Bro,
thank God.
but what you guys are talking about is basically the shit that happens in Cuba. People give up people to the authorities. Hey, de este está hablando mal del gobierno.
Yeah, the chivato part.
Yeah, that happens in all those. It's pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
100%. All right, guys. What else do we have before we get the fuck out of here?
What's the temperature?
64.
So tomorrow is when.
Is it
I'm
tomorrow or
63
Sunday?
here.
Is it tomorrow
What's
or
that?
Sunday? I got 59 here.
I got 63.
I mean, I'm just going off my computer, so I don't know. That could be off.
I have the window open, so maybe that has something to do with it.
What I heard is
The hell you did.
the hell you are. Tomorrow, if you're awake tomorrow at this time, or if you have a timer, go ahead and put your sprinklers on
To freeze the
to make sure they don't freeze.
yeah, you ice them and then they don't freeze.
Well, it's more for your pipes, so your pipes don't freeze with the water in them and crack. So you want to get your irrigation system flowing so the water is moving around and they don't freeze, because we're going to have close to freezing temperatures, right?
I heard this will be the coldest in 11 years.
More dead iguanas? That's awesome.
Yeah,
Fuck yeah, dude. I love looking around for them. I never find them.
they're supposed to be falling out of the trees.
I might let the dog sleep inside tomorrow. The hell you will.
I believe, yes, they say bring in pets.
They could handle this, but in the 30s, I give them a free pass on those. All right. Is that it, fellas?
4 hours and 9 minutes. Probably so.
Okay.
Our least Dolphin show to date.
Well, I had a couple of notes, dude. We did sign CFL.
I tried.
Why did I speak?
I did.
Hey, what-
I did
that
at
wasn't
the
a hard-
beginning. I
I
told
took
you
that
to
as-
check your watch because here I go.
I took that as a reminder, and I do have.
My God,
One
yeah.
minute.
But that was very short.
It
Well, we
was.
signed a CFL star special teamer, Devontae Deadmon. And that's a fucking dead man, Deadmon. That's a great name for a Dolphin. The Dolphins struggled to get consistent performances out of their special team units in 2021, and one of the least consistent aspects was the return game. So I guess this guy's a return man, Devontae Deadmon. We had luck with the CFL before with Cameron Wake, so
Okay.
If this guy returns a couple of touchdowns next year, is he a returner? Let's see. Devontae Deadmon.
Don't the Heat have a dead man too?
Yes, backup center.
Really? I've never heard this last name.
Deadman.
He was formerly an Ottawa Red Black of the Canadian Football League. He led the CFL in return touchdowns 3, punt return average 15.4, and kick return average 25. Jakeem
Wow.
Grant, who was the mainstay in those roles for Miami at the beginning of the year, was traded to Chicago. This left punt and kick return duties mainly to safety Javon Howard and wide receiver Jalen Waddle. I guess we don't really want those guys doing that. The team
No.
finished the year averaging 6.6 per punt, 17.4 per kick. That's really bad.
Yeah.
Whatever, dude. If he can do what he did in the CFL, I'm all
Yeah.
for it.
And if he even did half of that, it'll be better than what we had last year.
If
So
he
the
just does
Dolphins-
what we
Sorry.
go ahead.
No, I don't want to talk. I'm sorry. I'm
No, I was
sorry.
just gonna say if he even does what we did this year, and we don't have to use those guys to do it,
It seems like you're putting on more layers.
What I was gonna say is, do the Dolphins have a head coach this time next week?
Vance Johnson. What's his name? Joseph Johnson?
Johnson, the receiver,
No, the coach.
wasn't he
Yeah,
a
he's-
receiver?
There was a Vance Johnson.
For
I'm thinking
Denver.
of the coach that was the defensive coordinator for the Denver
Oh,
well, and for us, right?
and for us, yeah.
you guys
He
prefer?
actually left. He left us to go be the Broncos head coach and then got fired.
He
You
was
guys
a game-
prefer? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You guys prefer a defensive or offensive coach?
offensive all the way.
Yeah, I think they need offensive.
You need a guy that's gonna get something out of this fucking midget for once.
Damn, Goat, you look like the guy from Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
I'm Agent Vladimir fuck off from I don't know where.
The Hateful Eight.
Yes, the haberdashery.
The haberdashery.
What's her name? Josie. What is our accent from the Carolinas?
I told you. Winston Churchill with George Vanderbilt.
All right.
Y'all.
I think we're ready, y'all. All right. Thanks, guys. Peace.